Greetings, everybody. Keith here. Hoping everybody's having a good day, enjoying life, living life, loving life. Coming at you tonight. We're going to be here a while. I got some stuff on blockchain. And if you look down in the details section, there's some little bits of things we're going to be going over. And of course, there's PayPal links for anybody that wants to share some love. And let's get into it. Of course, also the StreamYard link is down there for anybody that wants to join the panel. Now, what we're looking at here is Investopedia blockchain. This is the window that should come up when you put that in your search engine. And it's going to come up and it's going to give you all kinds of Investopedia stuff about blockchain. So we're going to go over some of these and just some of them, but they got all kinds of them. Okay. Going to tell you all kinds of facts of what we're dealing with today with the electronic record, which is what we're talking about when we're talking about blockchaining. Blockchaining is actually a way of securitizing information. Okay, it's securitizing a chain of information so that it goes back to source, much like an asset-backed collateral. So when you punch in Investopedia, I'm telling you, don't believe me, don't believe your neighbor, don't believe the government. For crying out loud, do not believe your mother. Learn how to do your research so you know. So when you put in Investopedia blockchain, don't just stop at the top one. Find out what some of these others are talking about, and then even check out outside of Investopedia into other sources. So our first one up tonight is blockchain facts. What is it, how it works, and how it can be used? Whether you realize it or not, you have the ability to create your own blockchain, folks. This is just a new venue to expand into for either personal growth of assets or whatever, emerging economies for private associations, things like that. And so we're going to be talking about the blockchain facts, what it is, how it works, and what it can be used for. What these digital public ledgers are capable of. Blockchain, a digital database or ledger that is distributed among the nodes of peer-to-peer network. Peer-to-peer network. Now, I mentioned this before in a video I did on what's called Hawala. Hawala, what is it and how it works? I believe it was also from Investopedia. And basically what we're talking about is a trust system in the electronic format where you have all these little nodes that stick out in a peer-to-peer system. What we're doing is we're entering our data elements into a public peer-to-peer system. And that peer-to-peer system is just like a private member association where now it's all public property. Sounds a lot like socialism, doesn't it? Well, this electronic format that we have in this digital age allows us to privatize. If you haven't been paying attention, that's why I developed my site the way I did. It's a private address outside of the physical address form. It's a third venue pass-through for communications. So let's get back into it. What is a blockchain? A blockchain is a distributed database or ledger shared among a computer network's nodes. They are best known for their crucial role in cryptocurrency systems for maintaining a secure and decentralized record of transactions, much more a private or declassified. But they are not limited to cryptocurrency uses. Okay? Blockchains can be used to make data in any industry immutable. Hebrews 6, verse 17. The immutable promise to seek counsel in God. The term used to describe the inability to be altered. So when I'm sitting here and I'm talking about your ability to be a creator and how that's protected under the Treaty of Berne and Article 1, Section 8, Clause 8 for literary protections of a creator's original works. That's what we're talking about. It's already done. All you have to do is learn how to be the point of origin, the source of the creation. That's why the private hybrid .art extension for the internet site. So let's get back to it. And it says, because there is no way to change a block, the only trust needed is at the point where a user or program enters data. Because there is no way to change a block, the only trust needed is at a point where a user or program enters data. And again, that's because every keystroke has a time certificate that is securitized with it. This is electronic communication data grammar that is also the match of a banking terms for transfers of property and assets. So now we see that the keystrokes that you put into this stuff, as far as your creations for posts and stuff, those are your creations, and you have that point of origin, your IP address. You can use it in their network of public and private domain through those nodes by creating your own private node that you can then send out for other people to associate with and limit that association. You have the ability to keep the others from attaching to you. Instead of going into their system and attaching, and everybody has access to you, you now can set up your own system that is attached to them, giving you an equal station. But it's your limited, it's your ability to limit the access, who you give that information to. This aspect reduces the need for trusted third parties. This reduces the need for trusted third parties. A trust shall not fail for want of trustee, so it can operate between two parties, which are usually auditors or other humans that add costs and make mistakes. So again, it's right in line with what I've been saying all along about correcting the record, because that's what's going on. People are making all kinds of mistakes. We now have a venue before us today in these modern times, folks, that helps us eliminate 99% of those mistakes. Why not use it? Think. So let's get back to it. Since Bitcoin's introduction in 2009, blockchain uses have exploded via the creation of various cryptocurrencies, decentralized finance applications, non-fungible tokens, and smart contracts. Okay? Smart contracts. This is a contract venue, like I said. This is youtube.com, streamyard.com, zoom.com, facebook.com, twitter.com. Those are all commercial domain extensions telling you it's a commercial platform. And they're dealing with contracts. You have to be smart about it. Key takeaways. Blockchain is a type of shared database that differs from a typical database in the way it stores information. Blockchains store data in blocks linked together via cryptography. In other words, they're shaped, formatted, structured, constructed, however you want to look at it that way, so that they all fit together synchronistically. This is what I'm talking about. We have the ability to get rid of 99% of the errors and mistakes. Different types of information can be stored on a blockchain, but the most common use for transactions has been as a ledger. Ledger being for value systems. In Bitcoin's case, blockchain is decentralized so that no single person or group has control. Instead, all users collectively retain control. Now, this is a little bit opposite of what we would think with a socialist system where you're sharing all the property for possession and use. Here, you're sharing actually what would be the sense of a legal title in entry and control. You've entered, and now you have a shared control. You really don't have any property. You see what I'm saying? It's just the data elements. It's intangible at this time. It can be turned into property, but that's for the later on stuff. So, decentralized blockchains are immutable, which means you can't change them, which means that the data entered is irreversible. This is why I tell people to realize that when you're dealing with these platforms and stuff, everything is recorded, no matter what you think. The FCC is recording everything, and that is the part that is immutable. Okay, you're creating an electronic record that's going to stand for eternity, as they say, but in crystal form that can forever be retrieved. It's always going to be there, unchangeable. You can write another blockchain to counteract what that previous blockchain does or says, but the blockchain itself is permanent. For Bitcoin, transactions are permanently recorded and viewable to anyone. How does blockchain work? You might be familiar with spreadsheets or databases. And blockchain is somewhat similar because it is a database where information is entered and stored. But the key difference between a traditional database or spreadsheet and a blockchain is how the data is structured and accessed. A blockchain consists of programs called scripts that conduct the tasks you usually would in a database, entering and accessing information and saving it and storing it somewhere else or somewhere. A blockchain is distributed, which means multiple copies are saved on many machines, and they must all match for it to be valid. So, as I explained in the Hawala, where you're entering in this electronic record system, there's a bunch of these little public nodes sticking out, and every last one of them reaches out and grabs and makes a copy of it. Now there's a system set up where there's so many witnesses that those anodes that pick that up, they can use that against you because it's immutable. It's unchangeable. You now have to come in and repent. It's a simple process, though. It's not like it's evil or anything. Nobody's perfect, and that's why I say we've been doing this all our lives in the paper forms. We've been signing them paper documents. Those get converted into the electronic book entry system. Even if you do a paper form, we're not talking just about these electronic devices. We're talking about everything you've done in life, the birth registration, the registration for public education, your job employment, the SS5, the driver's license, the insurance, all of it. Everything you signed, all been in there. The blockchain collects transaction information and enters it into a block, like a cell in a spreadsheet containing information. Once it is full, the information is run through an encryption algorithm, which creates a hexadecimal number called the hash. The hash is then entered into the following block header and encrypted with the information in the block. This creates a series of blocks that are chained together. So basically what they're doing is they're consolidating the information into a number, and then they just title the block with the number. The next block is going to have the next number. It creates a positive chain of title. That's pretty much why it's immutable. The transaction process follows, or the transaction process, transactions follow a specific process depending on the blockchain they are taking place on. For example, on Bitcoin's blockchain, if you initiate a transaction using your cryptocurrency wallet, the application that provides an interface for the blockchain, it starts a sequence of events. So, when I've got my site established with its own point of origin, every time I enter a key, it gets encrypted into a chain or a blockchain. I literally already have my own blockchain. It just doesn't have any values set in those perimeters. So any information that goes out there has zero value. That's why my site says not secure, because there's no securities transactions happening for anybody to keep an eye out for. So, and I do want to remind everybody, please hit that like, share, and subscribe button for me. There's PayPal links down below for anybody who wants to share some love. And there's a StreamYard link for anybody who wants to come up and join the chat. I mean, always open to questions and suggestions and all that. In Bitcoin, your transaction is sent to a memory pool, okay, where it is stored and keyed until a miner or validator picks it up. This is called crypto mining, okay? The only reason a miner or validator would pick it up is because it has some kind of value, like a penny. You see a penny, pick it up all day long, have good luck, all right? They're going to do the same thing, except in this crypto world, a lot of that information out there has a lot more value than a penny, and that's what they're looking for, okay? Once it is entered into a block and the block fills up with transactions, it is closed and encrypted using an encryption algorithm. Then the mining begins. A new transaction is entered. The transaction is then transmitted to a network of peer-to-peer computers scattered across the world. Okay, across the world. This network of computers then solves equations to confirm the validity of the transaction. The transaction is complete. Oops. It says once confirmed to be legitimate transactions, they are clustered together into blocks. These blocks are then chained together, creating a long history of all transactions that are permanent. Then it shows the transaction complete. The entire network works simultaneously trying to solve the hash. Each one generates a random hash except for the nonce, short for number used once. Every miner starts with a nonce of 0, which is appended to their randomly generated hash. If that number isn't equal to or less than the target hash, a value of 1 is added to the nonce, and a new block hash is generated. This continues until a miner generates a valid hash, winning the race and receiving the reward. Generating random hashes until a specific value is found is the proof of work. Until a specific value is found. So again, like I said, if there's zero value in what you put out, as far as the data elements, you're protecting yourself. When you're able to discern what the value is, you're able to put out the things that you don't want taken advantage of, and you only put the things that are of value out to certain nodes for validation. You use private routing so that the others don't catch on to it and pirate it. This is the importance about learning how these things are routed. Notice everything's by number, and it has to be enumerated so that it can be put in a blockchain so that chain can follow along a route. You hear so much about it. It proves the miner did the work. The amount of work it takes to validate the hash is why the Bitcoin network consumes so much computational power and energy. The amount of work it takes to validate the hash is why the Bitcoin network consumes so much computational power and energy. Once a block is closed, a transaction is complete. However, the block is not considered to be confirmed until 5 other blocks have been validated. Confirmation takes the network about 1 hour to complete because it averages just under 10 minutes per block. So it's not your own block that you are creating, but the information that you are putting out there is included in a block of information that is added to the system in a specific portion of time, a block of time. That's what the block is. It's a timing mechanism, and it's going to keep everything sequential so that all the information that was entered into the system between this time and this time, 10 minutes later, it's going to put it in a block. The first block with your transaction and 5 following blocks multiplied by 10 equals about 60 minutes. Not all blockchains follow this process. For instance, the Ethereum network randomly chooses one validator from all users with Ether staked to validate blocks, which are then confirmed by the network. This is much faster and less energy intensive than Bitcoin's process. Randomly chooses one validator from all users with either staked or with Ether staked to validate blocks. So you're going around and all from random choosers, you're going to pick one validator. He's going to go around and he's going to validate each block that's staked with Ether. So in here you have multiples all validating one block, and here you have one user validating the blocks all along one chain. Blockchain decentralization. A blockchain allows the data in a database to be spread out among several network nodes, computers or devices running software for the blockchain at various locations. This not only creates redundancy, but maintains the fidelity of the data, the accuracy. It maintains the accuracy, the confidence, the faith. For example, if someone tries to alter a record at one instance of the database, the other nodes would prevent it from happening. This way, no single node within the network can alter information held within it. Because of this distribution and the encrypted proof that work was done, the information in history, like the transactions in cryptocurrency, are irreversible. Such a record could be a list of transactions, such as with the cryptocurrency, but it also is possible for a blockchain to hold a variety of other information like legal contracts, state identifications, or a company's inventory. So you can have a blockchain that has multiple different topics. So you could have, like, say, Social Security Administration has one anode, and they're looking for health topics along with employment topics and possible drivers or state ID topics. You have public education that might be looking at grade school, junior school, high school, and maybe college and further. All kinds of things, but they can all crisscross and mix and match. Remember our talk about the Vital Statistics Bureau and that chart. They have information that goes out to over 500 agencies, public and private. So, blockchain transparency. Because of the decentralized nature of the Bitcoin blockchain, all transactions can be transparently viewed by either having a personal node or using blockchain explorers. Sounds like blockchain miners, huh? That allow anyone to see transactions occurring live. Each node has its own copy of the chain that gets updated as fresh blocks are confirmed and added. So it's keeping the record as accurately as possible in time, and it's only about 10 minutes behind. It's an amazing system. This means that if you wanted to, you could track a Bitcoin wherever it goes. For example, exchanges have been hacked in the past, resulting in the loss of large amounts of cryptocurrency. While the hackers may have been anonymous, except for their wallet address, the crypto they extracted are easily traceable because the wallet addresses are published on the blockchain. So we see when we learn how to manage our own financial affairs in the electronic venue, we can use that to our own advantage and provide for our own security by making sure we're not putting out the information that they're looking for, like the Social Security number. Because that's what you're doing. You're putting out this information that you're not supposed to be putting out there. You're filling out forms that you're not supposed to be touching. You're supposed to be able to dictate the differences. And I understand it's not your fault. It's not my fault. It's not my parents' fault. It's not really anyone's fault. It's the way it's developed, and we have to learn how to deal with it. We know something's wrong. We can figure out some of the things that are wrong. We need to start dealing with them. And that's what we're talking about today. Again, I used to build and program these computers, and it's one of the most amazing things we have. It's the greatest library on earth. You can get on one of these things and access every bit of information out there. So, of course, the records stored in Bitcoin blockchain, as well as most others, are encrypted. This means that only the person assigned an address can reveal their identity. So you have to be assigned an address to receive notices along that blockchain of people that are entering information. So when people deal with my site, if they want to deal with me, they deal with me through my private hybrid email. That is an address that can reveal their identity. And I'm the only one that can do it. It has to come through my site, and it has to be through that wordwisewarrior.art extension. No other way. Is blockchain secure? Blockchain technology achieves decentralized security and trust in several ways. To begin with, new blocks are always stored linearly and chronologically. So again, no matter what, I can go to my site when I posted something, and there's going to be a time card with a time certificate with a securities attached to it. It's already secured chronologically in a timeline. That is, they are always added to the end of the blockchain. After a block has been added to the end of the blockchain, previous blocks cannot be changed. A change in any data changes the hash of the block it was in. Because each block contains the previous block's hash, a change in one would change the following blocks. The network would reject an altered block because the hashes would not match. Not all, and this is why I said 99%. Not all blockchains are 100% impenetrable. They are distributed ledgers that use code to create the security level they have become known for. If there are vulnerabilities in the coding, they can be exploited. Again, it's in the coding of the program. For instance, imagine that a hacker runs a node on a blockchain network and wants to alter a blockchain and steal cryptocurrency from everyone else. If they were to change their copy, they would have to convince the other nodes that their copy was the valid one. They would need to control the majority of the network to do this and insert it at just the right moment. That act would show up in the blockchain as the point of origin for the fault, for the error, the point that shows that it was not impenetrable. They would need, let's see, this is known as a 51% attack because you need to control more than 50% of the network to attempt it. Pretty much a pretty impossible task for the normal average man to do. Timing would be everything in this type of attack. By the time the hacker takes any action, the network is likely to have moved past the blocks they were trying to alter, like I said, about 10 minutes. This is because the rate at which these networks hash is exceptionally fast. The Bitcoin network hashed 348.1 exahashes per second. That's 18 zeros behind that. Bitcoin versus blockchain. Blockchain technology was first outlined in 1991 by Stuart Haber and W. Scott Stornetta, two researchers who wanted to implement a system where document timestamps could not be tampered with. In other words, they were trying to perfect the information systems. But it wasn't until almost 2 decades later, with the launch of Bitcoin in January 2009, that blockchain had its first real-world application. The Bitcoin protocol is built on a blockchain. In a research paper introducing the digital currency, Bitcoin's pseudonymous creator, Satoshi Nakamoto, referred to it as a new electronic cash system that's fully peer-to-peer with no trusted third party. Did you catch that? The key thing to understand is that Bitcoin uses blockchain as a means to transparently record a ledger of payments or other transactions between parties. So like I said, once you become part of that anode system, it's community title to the information. It's not like a socialist society where you have communal use of property, but here you have communal use of the information. Everybody gets free access to all the information. It's a private member association, and everybody should know everything about everybody else to protect each other. So again, it's just one more layer of keeping your private shit private, and the things that you need to put forth to your brother to entrust him with so that they can use that to protect you against this commercial system, the more you should be doing that. And that's why that term ledger is important. You're supposed to keep journals together so that anything that's put into this electronic system, like I said, this is a ledger system. They're going to look for values. You can put zero values into a ledger, okay? But when you put things of value into a ledger and other people are taking it, you're not getting anything in return. There's a problem. You better learn what you're doing. Blockchain. Blockchain can be used to immutably record any number of data points. This could be in the form of transactions, votes in an election. This is what they're screaming about. That electronic record is going to show to the blockchain that them blockchains were altered, or the information in them was altered. They're going to be able to see that electronic record compared to the paper record, and that will show an alteration. Product inventories. The voting, the paper documents in voting would be that such product inventories. State identification, another thing. You have to be a voter, so that would also indicate. Deeds to homes and much more. One of the biggest things to help resolve situations is correcting those deeds to your homes. You can make those immutable. Currently, tens of thousands of projects are looking to implement blockchains in various ways to help society, other than just recording transactions. For example, as a way to vote securely in democratic elections. What do you think about that, folks? I know somebody down there's got to have something to say about that. Come on up and let's talk about it. Somebody down there is voting. What do you think about being able to secure your vote by doing it online? Do you really think your vote counts still? Because again, we're still talking about a system that if you put it into an electoral voting system, once it gets gathered up into that other anode there that they're going to collect, that electoral college, that electoral college is going to create their own opinion. And it doesn't matter what that blockchain of voting says, they still have the option to place their own vote according to their own opinion, despite the opinion of the people. Learn how your civil government works and how that electoral college works. And this is something I did when I was young, and I determined, yeah, that doesn't sound like a voting system for me. I really think my opinion counts, then they should be following my opinion and not have the discretion to make their own opinion. So let's see here. The next one, as we continue on, the nature of blockchain's immutability means that fraudulent voting would become far more difficult. For example, a voting system could work such that each country's citizens would be issued a single cryptocurrency or token. So basically, you would hand over a single cryptocurrency for your vote. Once the votes were tallied, the cryptocurrency tokens would be sent back to you. That's circulation. And it proves its value. If they find cryptocurrencies that shouldn't be there or are missing, then they might have something else to issue. Each candidate would then be given a specific wallet address, and the voters would send their token or crypto to the address of whichever candidate for whom they wish to vote. The transparent and traceable nature of blockchain would eliminate the need for human vote counting and the ability of bad actors to tamper with the physical ballots. Blockchain versus banks. Blockchains have been heralded as a disruptive force in the finance sector, especially with the functions of payments and banking. However, banks and decentralized blockchains are vastly different. You see how a bank differs from blockchain? Let's compare the banking system to Bitcoin's blockchain implementation. Banks are typically brick and mortar banks are open from 9 to 5 p.m. on weekdays. Some banks are open on weekends, but with limited hours. All banks are closed on banking holidays. Bitcoin, no set hours, 24/7, 365 days. Card payments. This fee varies based on the card on the card and is not paid by the user directly. Fees are paid to the payment processor by stores and are usually charged per transaction. The effect of this fee can sometimes make the cost of goods and services rise. Checks can cost between $1 and $30 depending on your bank. ACH transfers can cost up to $3 when sending to external accounts. Outgoing domestic wire transfers can cost as much as $25. Outgoing international wire transfers can cost as much as $45. Bitcoin has variable transaction fees determined by miners and users. This fee can range between 0 and 50, but users have the ability to determine how much of a fee they are willing to pay. This creates an open market where if the user sets their fee too low, their transaction may not be processed. So it's like a real-time negotiation. If you lowball them, they don't have to accept your offer. End of transaction. Card payments, 24 to 48 hours. Checks, 24 to 72 hours to clear. ACH, 24 to 48 hours. Wire within 24 hours unless internal or international bank transfers are typically not processed on weekends or bank holidays. Bitcoin transactions take as little as 15 minutes and as much as over an hour, depending on the network congestion. So again, we're talking more distinctly now time as opposed to having to wait and wait and wait. Bank accounts and other banking products require know your customer procedures. How do we do this? My computer is glitching somewhere. Okay, this means it is legally required for banks to record a customer's identification prior to opening an account. Anyone or anything can participate in Bitcoin's network with no identification. See how that's working? In theory, even an entity equipped with artificial intelligence could participate. Government issued identification. A bank account and mobile phone are the minimum requirements for digital transfers. An internet connection and a mobile phone are the minimum requirements for Bitcoin versus banking. So you need a government issued identification, a bank account, and a mobile phone for digital transfers. So this is telling you this is an internet connection and a mobile phone are the minimum requirements. But is there a digital transfer? Depends on the value. Depends on the miner, what they're looking for. Bank account information is stored on the bank's private servers and held by the client. Bank account privacy is limited to how secure the bank's servers are and how well the individual user secures their own information. If the bank servers were to be compromised, then the individual's account would be as well. Bitcoin can be as private as the user wishes. All Bitcoin is traceable, but it is impossible to establish who has ownership of Bitcoin if it was purchased anonymously. If Bitcoin is purchased on a KYC exchange, then the Bitcoin is directly tied to the holder of the KYC exchange account. Assuming the client practices solid internet security measures, like using secure passwords and two-factor authentication, a bank account's information is only as secure as the bank's server that contains client account information. The larger the Bitcoin network grows, the more secure it gets. The level of security a Bitcoin holder has with their own Bitcoin is entirely up to them. For this reason, it is recommended that people use cold storage for larger quantities of Bitcoin or any amount that is intended to be held for a long period of time. Approved transactions. Banks reserve the right to deny transactions for a variety of reasons. Banks also reserve the right to freeze accounts. Interesting how that looks, huh? If your bank notices purchases in unusual locations or for unusual items, they can be denied. The Bitcoin network itself does not dictate how Bitcoin is used in any shape or form. Users can transact Bitcoin how they see fit, but should also adhere to the guidelines of their country or region. So we're talking about local servers and local policies versus international servers that are secure and international policy. Account seizure. Due to KYC laws, governments can easily track people's bank accounts and seize the assets within them for a variety of reasons. If Bitcoin is used anonymously, governments would have a hard time tracking it down to seize it. This is why they are having a problem with crypto coins, digital coins. They want to control it so they can track it. And remember that thing about the voter, and everybody's going to have that coin for themselves so they can vote. That's the basic concept. They want to gather up all the crypto coins and be able to distribute the crypto coin themselves. But again, that's just making you a node of their public system. If you're going to use any kind of crypto coin of some sort, you should learn how to create your own. It's for emerging economies. How are blockchains used? As we know, blocks on Bitcoin's blockchain stored transactional data. Today, more than 23,000 other cryptocurrency systems are running on a blockchain. But it turns out that blockchain is a reliable way of storing data about other types of transactions. Some companies experimenting with blockchain include Walmart, Pfizer, AIG, Siemens, and Unilever, among others. For example, IBM has created its Food Trust blockchain to trace the journey that food products take to get to their locations. Why do this? The food industry has seen countless outbreaks of E. coli, Salmonella, and Listeria. In some cases, hazardous materials were accidentally introduced to foods. In the past, it has taken weeks to find the source of these outbreaks for the cause of sickness from what people are eating. Using blockchain allows brands to track a food product's route from its origin through each stop it makes to delivery. Not only that, but these companies can also now see everything else it may have come in contact with, allowing the identification of the problem to occur far sooner, potentially saving lives. All for your safety, folks. This is one example of blockchain in practice, but many other forms of blockchain implementation exist. Banking and finance. Perhaps no industry stands to benefit from integrating blockchain into its business operations more than banking. Financial institutions only operate during business hours, usually 5 days a week. That means if you try to deposit a check on Friday at 6 p.m., you would likely have to wait till Monday morning to see that money hit your account. Even if you make your deposit during business hours, the transaction can still take 1 to 3 days to verify due to the sheer volume of transactions that banks need to settle. Blockchain, on the other hand, never sleeps. By integrating blockchain into banks, consumers might see their transactions processed in minutes or seconds. We see this today. You can walk up to a store, use your card. By the time you walk back home, 10 minutes later, you get on the site, it's already been pushed through. Like I said, blockchain, 10 minutes, done. So the time it takes to add a block to the blockchain, regardless of holidays or the time of day or week. With blockchain, banks also have the opportunity to exchange funds between institutions more quickly and securely. So they can use the electronic system in the finance world to help get rid of the definitive paper documents that are being signed in wet ink signatures that take days to verify and then still make it through that verification and end up being fraudulent, known as securities frauds. So it's again 99% correction rate. They're going to be able to correct a lot of things with this blockchain stuff. I urge you to learn how to use it so you can correct things for yourself. Given the size of the sums involved, even the few days the money is in transit can carry significant costs and risks for banks. The settlement and clearing process for stock traders can take up to 3 days or longer trading internationally, meaning that the money and shares are frozen for that period. Blockchain could drastically reduce that time. Think about doing a blockchain bankruptcy. See what happens there? Currency, instead of taking years, it's a matter of a day or two and everything's done. Blockchain forms the bedrock for cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. The US dollar is controlled by the Federal Reserve. Under this central authority system, a user's data and currency are technically at the whim of their bank or government. If a user's bank is hacked, the client's private information is at risk. If the client's bank collapses or the client lives in a country with an unstable government, the value of their currency may be at risk. In 2008, several failing banks were bailed out, partially using taxpayer money. These are the worries out of which Bitcoin was first conceived and developed. So it's actually going to prevent those kind of intermeddlings by these third parties that would cause you detriment. Important, blockchain can also give those in countries with unstable currencies or financial infrastructures a more stable currency and financial system. Comprehend that? See, it's not just to help people that are being abused by a centralized banking system so you can develop your own cryptocurrency system associatively through private member associations and your own virtual network systems. It also allows for the emerging economy of those that are already there and need something. It's a platform those kinds of places can use to stabilize their own internal government rather than having an external government interference. They would have access to more applications and wider network of individuals and institutions with whom they can do domestic and international business. This is what we find on these platforms when we're doing these panels and stuff. We're finding people from all around the world. It gives us a greater base of networking and communicating. And that's why I said earlier, this internet is the greatest thing that's ever happened. It's the best library we could ever have. It has all the information we need. It is the blockchain. By spreading its operations across a network of computers, blockchain allows Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies to operate without the need for a central authority. This not only reduces risks, but also the processing and transaction fees. Again, you don't have that third-party processor interfering and mining and collecting all your valuable data and then selling it to everybody else that turns around and harasses you and abuses you by threatening the user or the abuse of a legal system. Using cryptocurrency wallets for savings accounts or as a means of payment is especially profound for those without state identification. What? 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 You mean they recognize that there is no requirement for state identification? You bitch ass slaves. Come on. So, some countries may be war torn or have governments lacking any real identification infrastructure. Citizens of such countries may not have access to savings or brokerage accounts and therefore no way to safely store wealth. Healthcare providers can leverage blockchain to store the patient's medical records securely. When a medical record is generated and signed, it can be written into the blockchain, which provides patients with the proof and confidence that the record cannot be changed. In this digital age, with the enumeration at birth, there is a place that you can enter in a record in this blockchain of records, a medical record that says not required to register. Just a tip, not legal advice. These personal health records could be encoded and stored on the blockchain with a private key so that they are only accessible to specific individuals, thereby ensuring privacy. Specific means species or special, meaning the individuals have been specified and thereby named, and no others are allowed. Property records. If you ever spent time in your local recorder's office, you will know that recording property rights is both burdensome and inefficient. Today, a physical deed must be delivered to a government employee at the local recording office, where it is manually entered into the county's central database and public index. Public index. That's public index and not private. So you just put your private property into their public venue. Great job. That's why we're doing this blockchaining stuff, folks. This is going to give you the ability, what did we talk about earlier? A point of origin, a point of creation. It gives you the ability to comprehend and fully realize your ability to create your own goddamn deeds. In the case of a property dispute, claims to the property must be reconciled with the public index. That public index is dependent upon definitive paper documents. This process is not just costly and time consuming, it is also prone to human error, where each inaccuracy makes tracking property ownership less efficient. Blockchain has the potential to eliminate the need for scanning documents and tracking down physical files in a local recording office. If property ownership is stored and verified on the blockchain, owners can trust that their deed is accurate and permanently recorded. This one part is where I'm going to tell you it's false because, again, for the same purpose that I mentioned up here, if it's private property and you're registering it on in a public venue, you just now created a bifurcation where you split and gave them a part of your record. Now they have ownership, rights, titles, and interests to it. Just like we spoke of in the bifurcation, hypothecation, and prepaid insurance, prepaid taxes. It's all a big scam to get you to have them take care of your financial affairs. Blockchaining will cure you of that if you learn it. If property ownership is stored and verified on the blockchain, owners can trust that their deed is accurate and permanently recorded. This part is true if you, again, are the creator and create your own damn deeds. In war-torn countries or areas with little to no government or financial infrastructure and no recorder's office, proving property ownership can be nearly impossible. If a group of people living in such an area can leverage blockchain, then transparent and clear timelines of property ownership could be established in the electronic record, because not only would their government have a record of it, but it would exist in the international library known as the World Wide Web as an electronic record that is going to be carried by many people. Smart contracts. A smart contract is a computer code that can be built into the blockchain to facilitate a contract agreement. Smart contracts operate under a set of conditions to which users agree. Again, this is why it's important to understand how this electronic format works, and that it is a contract venue, and that when you sign up to establish your own website, you need to be very careful about what you're doing, because it is already set up as smart contracting. Therefore, you have to be smart about what you're doing. I did not develop my site as a .com because I knew I was not going to be performing commercially. So I chose one that would exuberate or extend the concept of being a creator and having that literary and artistic protection by using .art as the domain extension. When those conditions are met, the terms of the agreement are automatically carried out. Smart contracts operate under a set of conditions to which users agree. When those conditions are met, the terms of the agreement are automatically carried out. So when I give you my email address and you as a user agree to use that email address, the blockchain smart contract set up through my website, wordwisewarrior.art, is complete. It works. It comes through. A smart contract is a computer code that can be built into the blockchain. Oops, wrong one. Say, for example, that a potential tenant would like to lease an apartment using a smart contract. The landlord agrees to give the tenant the door code to the apartment as soon as the tenant pays the security deposit. The smart contract would automatically send the door code to the tenant when it was paid. So it's going to take upon electronic transfer of information. So instead of waiting for the tenant to run down to the bank later in the afternoon when he's got a break from work, to make a deposit at the bank, and then waiting 3 days for the bank to see that the security deposit was paid, you can do it in more realistic now time and have the whole thing done in a matter of 20-30 minutes. It could also be programmed to change the code if rent wasn't paid or other conditions were met. This is the venue we're moving towards in this social credit system, where you're going to end up having your account locked for certain credit subtractions, certain social subtractions to that credit thing. You're going to have, say, so much money you can spend, and based upon your social credit score, but you get a mark against your social credit score, so they automatically cut the amount in your account, so you no longer have as much to spend. You still might have something to spend, but instead of buying what you thought you were going to buy, you might want to hold on to it and wait till the next time that you can re-up those social credits. And see, now you're stuck on somebody else determining values and stuff by being able to manage the switches. So it's very important to remember that when you're getting involved in these smart contracts on the internet, you know what you're doing. It's same with any other contract. You better know how those electronic transfers and everything work. Otherwise, they can come swap something with you and you not even know it. It's what we're dealing with right now with my companion, and the fact that they came in and garnished her account. It was from an old loan or something that her daughter took out that she co-signed on. and they couldn't get it from her daughter, and so now they came after her and didn't even know anything about it. And of course, it's a third-party debt collection, so we've got to deal with that and prove that the blockchain is that their course in the courts doesn't prove by the blockchain. Blockchain's been going on since 2006. That's the electronic record. They just didn't call it blockchain then. As in the IBM Food Trust example, suppliers can use blockchain to record the origins of materials that they have purchased. This would allow companies to verify the authenticity of not only their products, but also common labels such as organic, local, and fair trade. As reported by Forbes, the food industry is increasingly adopting the use of blockchain to track the path and safety of food throughout the farm to user journey. Like they mentioned earlier, easy to track down salmonella and diseases and stuff. Voting, as I mentioned above, blockchain could facilitate a modern voting system. Voting with blockchain carries the potential to eliminate election fraud and boost voter turnout both, and was tested in November 2018 midterm elections in West Virginia. Using blockchain in this way would make votes nearly impossible to tamper with. The blockchain protocol would also maintain transparency in the electoral process, reducing the personal need to conduct an election and providing officials with nearly instant results. This would eliminate the need for recounts or any real concern that fraud might threaten the election. Pros and cons of blockchain. Why do you think they had so many? They had the issue with the mail-in voters in that in the last election, because they were trying to avoid or go around, evade what they're attempting to do with the electrical voting. It's a democratic scheme to try to get around what's really good for the people. So, pros and cons of blockchain. For all of its complexity, blockchain's potential as a decentralized form of record keeping is almost without limit. A decentralized form of record keeping is what I've been talking about for a number of years now. And like I've been saying, coin your words or purse your lips. I'm talking about writing your own story. I'm talking about making your own journal. That's the problem. Everybody keeps entering everything into the public journal and has nothing to support their own private views and stuff. And that's what's going to avoid a lot of this stuff, is when people learn how to write your own private journals, particularly establish them in the electronic venue so that you have a different record that's already blockchain that can be shown to disprove one or another. Because of its immutability, this system does allow for a probability of certain group of people going after others and putting certain data elements into a blockchain that would create an action on another end. So again, it's very important to realize what we're dealing with in this fiction. It truly is just another way of spellbinding things. It's just another way of manifesting things. It's another way of coining your words, all kinds of things. So, from greater user privacy and heightened security to lower processing fees and fewer errors, blockchain technology may very well see applications beyond those outlined above. But there are also some disadvantages. Pros: improved accuracy by removing human involvement in verification. I'm going to say a takeaway. One of the cons based on that is the human involvement to begin with, putting the information into the system. So the human involvement's always going to be there. Okay? It's about the information, and it's only going to get that information from other people, humans. Cost reductions by eliminating third-party verifications. Decentralization makes it harder to tamper with. Transactions are secure, private, and efficient. It's transparent technology. Provides a banking alternative. A banking alternative. I told you people, you do not need these banks. If you can't manage your own financial affairs, then why are you handing them over to somebody that you don't even know? If you're going to hand over financial affairs to somebody that you need to trust, then make sure it's somebody that you know that knows about the difference between banks and banking itself. It's a banking alternative. You do not need banks. And a way to secure personal information for citizens of countries with unstable or undeveloped governments. And I guarantee you, with all the babbling idiots that are at the levels that they are in these fucking senates and houses and congresses and all these parties and political regimes, I guarantee you, this is a very unstable government. Look at its population. The people of this nation are very unstable. That says a lot about its government, and the government says a lot about its people. You cannot have a strong country with a dumb population. It's impossible. Benefits of blockchains. Accuracy of the chain. Transactions on the blockchain network are approved by thousands of computer devices. If one of those computer devices finds an error, it's going to send out a signal to the rest, hey, there's an error. Those others will look at it to see if there's an error. If they too see the error, then it's going to get shut down. If they don't see an error, they're going to look seriously at the point of origin that's saying there's an error and try to shut that point down. It's got to verify it unanimously. This removes almost all people from the verification process, resulting in less human error and an accurate record of information. Again, I'm saying this is wrong because the human input results in the error in the information in those blockchains. You have to make sure the information being put in is accurate. Even if a computer on the network were to make a computational mistake, the error would only be made to one copy of the blockchain and not be accepted by the rest of the network. That's why it's important to stand up and start correcting those records. Cost reductions. Typically, consumers pay a bank to verify a transaction or notary to sign a document. Blockchain eliminates the need for third-party verification, and with it, their associated costs. For example, business owners incur a small fee when they accept credit card payments because banks and payment processing companies have to process those transactions. They're required to. That's part of the blockchain system, is that the banks have to do that blockchain processing. Bitcoin, on the other hand, does not have a central authority and has limited transaction fees. Decentralization. Blockchain does not store any of its information in a central location. Instead, the blockchain is copied and spread across a network of computers. Whenever a new block is added to the blockchain, every computer on the network updates its blockchain to reflect that change. Every one of them updates to reflect the change. That's along that blockchain network. So if you're on the youtube.com and you're chatting in the chat, the blockchain for YouTube is going to collect all that information and it's going to add it to that block every 10 minutes. By spreading that information across the network, rather than storing it in one central database, blockchain becomes more difficult to tamper with. Efficient transactions. Transactions placed through a central authority can take up to a few days to settle. If you attempt to deposit a check on Friday evening, for example, you may not actually see funds in your account until Monday morning. Financial institutions operate during business hours, usually 5 days a week, but a blockchain works 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. On some blockchains, transactions can be completed in minutes and considered secure after just a few. This is particularly useful for cross-border trades, which usually take much longer because of time zone issues and the fact that all parties must confirm payment processing. So we have one organization that has its own little cryptocurrency, and it's blockchain, and it's out there for all of its users, that it's got members. Okay, there's another setup that's got its own cryptocurrency. One member from one group meets a member from another group, and they want to make an exchange. They don't need IDs. They don't need banks. They can use the cryptocurrencies that they're using in the digital form, which is already in credit form, and exchange through that platform. We're coming to an age where little groups of communes, efficient communities are going to be able to emerge in their own economies with these crypto coin blockchains and be able to trade interspersely electronically. One guy across the country is going to have nice mangoes. He's going to have plenty of them. Guy across the country up in Washington's going to have all kinds of nice morel mushrooms or something. I don't know, something. And they're going to want to ship them back and forth to each other. What are they going to do? Use Federal Reserve notes? Well, no, I've got this base coin for crypto. Well, I've got this base coin. Well, they can go to a third Bitcoin company and each buy the amount of a third base Bitcoin and stay totally out of the public monetary system. Again, that's that smart contracting where you can keep your contract private between two parties by using a third-party converter instead of a bank converting, because then you still use a blockchain that is verified in time. So let's keep going here. Private transactions. Many blockchain networks operate as public databases, meaning anyone with an internet connection can view a list of the network's transaction history, much like going to YouTube and looking at all the videos. Those are transactions within the history of YouTube, and they're all blockchained in chronological order in a lineal way. It's been happening for a long time. They just determined to call it blockchaining in 2009. It's always been the same. It's been the development of keeping information private and secure. Again, folks, I used to build and program these things. It's a simple if-then-go-to program. And as long as you can keep that pathway private, guess what? Hackers can't get it. So although users can access transaction details, they cannot access identifying information about the users making those transactions. It is a common misperception that blockchain networks like Bitcoin are fully anonymous. They are actually pseudonymous because there is a viewable address that can be associated with the user if the information gets out. That's that IP address again. Always. Secure transactions. Once a transaction is recorded, its authenticity must be verified by the blockchain network. After the transaction is validated, it is added to the blockchain block. This is what they're using to prevent hackers access to these systems, and it is getting much better. They're still able to get into them, certain ones, but this is what they're doing. They're trying to enhance the system, the AI, so it will lock itself. Each block on the blockchain contains its unique hash and the unique hash of the block before it. Therefore, the blocks cannot be altered once the network confirms them. Transparency. Most blockchains are entirely open source software. This means that everyone can view its code. Everyone can view its code. This gives auditors the ability to review cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin for security. So you have a much better ability to do your tracking for investments. So you now have a much better capability in doing that viewing of those of those blockchains for investment. You have a much better capability of determining who is more prominent in the aspect of what you're looking for in your investment. You know, who's making the moves and stuff that you want to see. You're going to be able to see that in these blockchains. It's just going to have private identities hidden. However, it also means there is no real authority on who controls Bitcoin's code or how it is edited. Because of this, anyone can suggest changes or upgrades to the system. This is what I was talking about a little bit ago, where people can actually come in as a group and make changes in this blockchain and have them systematically be used against other people. It's very important to remember how these things work and that you have a consortium of people that can work together. If a majority of the network users agree that the new version of the code with the upgrade is sound and worthwhile, then Bitcoin can be updated. That's that 5150 thing. Banking the unbanked. Perhaps the most profound facet of blockchain and cryptocurrency is the ability for anyone, regardless of ethnicity, gender, location, or cultural background, to use it. According to the World Bank, an estimated 1.3 billion adults do not have bank accounts or any means of storing their money or wealth. Why is that statement there? Because that's what blockchain allows you to do, folks. Blockchain, like I've said for a while now, is your new investment platform, your new financial platform. It's the way that you can create your own private value and keep it private. Learn how it's used, learn the security setup. Like I said with Yahoo Mail, I've had the same Yahoo Mail account for 25 years. Never had to worry about updating it or anything. And it operates on the cybersecurity system that's already in place. When I got my new computer here, I let the McAfee supposed protection program lapse. Yeah, they want to keep sending me all kinds of nice little notices to upgrade or whatever, but it's not required. The security is already there. The real security issue is you. You keep putting data elements out there that you shouldn't, that these miners and validators are grabbing a hold of, and they're saying they're valid, and it's information that leads right back to you so that they can come grab that value from you, and you shouldn't be doing that. You need to learn how to protect yourself by learning how to read, write, and all that in third person. That way, the information that you put out there is third person. It has no real value. These validators and miners will see that, and they won't even bother touching it. So back to the banking unbanked. Moreover, nearly all of these individuals live in developing countries where the economy is in its infancy and entirely dependent on cash. We talked about that the other night. Cash. These people are often paid in physical cash. They then need to store this physical cash in hidden locations in their homes or other places, incentivizing robbers or violence. While not impossible to steal, crypto makes it more difficult for would-be thieves. For blockchains of the future are also looking for solutions to not only be a unit of account for wealth storage, but also to store medical records, property rights, and a variety of other legal contracts. That's pretty much what I use my site for, is the the legalities and the records and property rights. Drawbacks of blockchain. Technology cost. Although blockchain can save users money on transaction fees, the technology is far from free. For example, the Bitcoin's network's proof of work system to validate transactions consumes vast amounts of computational power. In other words, they got to have a lot of servers. In the real world, the energy consumed by the millions of devices on the Bitcoin network is more than Pakistan consumes annually. So we're talking about Bitcoin, though, where they have the ethereal coin value according to a monetary value system. Whereas in your emerging economies, again, like I said earlier, you have the ability where you can have a small private member association. And I don't recommend anything more than like maybe 1,500 people for things like this. Generally, trusts do not work when there are 1,500, when they get more than 1,500 people, they start to fall apart. So now you have a group of, say, 1,500 people, and every last one of them has a vested interest in keeping certain data elements private. And it becomes more like what I've explained with my 18 channels, is that it becomes an author's guild where you get to create what goes out as far as the information. You get to author the payment. That's what guild stands for, pay. So you are authorizing payment through your words. You're coining your words, or you're going to purse your lips. Literally, that's what we're talking about, folks. Some solutions to these issues are beginning to arise. For example, Bitcoin mining farms have been set up to use solar power, excess natural gas from fracking sites, or energy from wind farms. So again, we see this here, I'm going to call it greed and gluttony, simply because that's obvious. If you're going so far in this ethereal world that you have to put all this excess power through solar power, natural gas, fracking sites, and wind farms, then maybe you're just doing too much. Speed and data efficiency. Bitcoin is a perfect case study for the possible inefficiencies of blockchain. Bitcoin's POW system takes about 10 minutes to add a new block to the blockchain. At that rate, it's estimated that the blockchain network can only manage about 3 transactions per second. Although other cryptocurrencies such as Ethereum perform better than Bitcoin, blockchain still limits them. Legacy brand Visa, for context, can process 65,000 transactions per second. Solutions to this issue have been in development for years. There are currently blockchains that boast more than 30,000 transactions per second. Ethereum's merge between its mainnet and beacon chain is predicted to allow up to 100,000 transactions per second after it rolls out a series of upgrades that include sharding, a splitting of the database so that more devices, phones, tablets, and laptops, can run Ethereum. This is expected to increase network participation, reduce congestion, and increase transaction speed, until, of course, it gets to the point where they have to add again more. Again, this is why I say these organizations really shouldn't be much more than 1,500 people. You get much larger than that, and you start running into expansion problems that exponentially get greater and greater. The other issue is that each block can only hold so much data. The block size debate has been and continues to be one of the most pressing issues for the scalability of blockchains going forward. And that's what I was talking about. You got to talk about the scalability right from the start. And when it comes to that scalability, it's kind of limited, guys. If you really want to maintain a good value in your emerging economy, then you keep it private and you keep it within a small private group so that everybody can maintain a high value and it doesn't have to fluctuate going up and down and expect to reach outrageous amounts. You be sensible about it and just keep a good, reasonable value. I mean, Bitcoin going up to the thousands and thousands that it's at is just ridiculous. Illegal activity. While confidentiality on the blockchain network protects users from hacks and preserves privacy, it also allows for illegal trading and activity on the blockchain network. This is why I said make sure the information you put out there doesn't have any value to anybody. The most cited example of blockchain being used for illicit transactions is probably the Silk Road, an online dark web illegal drug and money laundering marketplace operating from February 2011 until October 2013, when the FBI shut it down. The dark web allows users to buy and sell illegal goods without being tracked by using the Tor browser and make illicit purchases in Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies. This is in stark contrast to U.S. regulations, which require financial service providers to obtain information about their customers when they open an account. Financial service providers. Just because it's a commercial site does not mean they are providing a financial service. They might be providing something that requires a finance or a monetary use of some sort, but it is not the provision of a financial service. They are supposed to verify the identity of each customer and confirm that they do not appear on any list of known or suspected terrorist organizations. Again, like I said, if you have an international website and you use that as your central point of origin or your point of origin as the creation point, and they can find that, that's your address. They don't need a physical address. In this electronic world, that physical address is going to show up. On my site, it's there. So my electronic address, which stands as blockchain as validated and secured, has the value of a valid address. Again, that's why you get my private hybrid email. .art extension. It's not a commercial venue. That deed at the local county registrar doesn't say that we're using this property commercially, because there is no deed down at the local county courthouse for this electronic platform. It's my creation. So, illicit activity accounted for only 0.24% of all cryptocurrency transactions in 2022. So in other words, they found 0.24% illicit activity in all of the transactions they covered. The system can be seen as both a pro and a con. It gives anyone access to financial accounts, but allows criminals to transact more easily. Many have argued that the good uses of crypto, like banking the unbanked world, outweigh the bad uses of cryptocurrency, especially when most illegal activity is still accomplished through untraceable cash. Again, even in cash, on those documents known as cash, that's what they are. It's just documents, pieces of paper, signed instruments, and that's known as cash technically. When we look at that, that's just information. That's what we're looking at here on this internet. It's information. Make sure that everything you're putting out there is information that's not going to come back to bite you on the private side. So you don't put your private information out there. Regulation. Many in the crypto space have expressed concerns about government regulation over cryptocurrencies. While it is getting increasingly difficult and near impossible to end, something like Bitcoin, as its decentralized network grows, governments could theoretically make it illegal to own cryptocurrencies or participate in their networks. Again, this is their base of trying to regulate something that is not regulatable. Okay. However, I do pose again, like it mentions here, many in the crypto space have expressed concern about government regulation over cryptocurrencies. Oops, wrong one. Where did it say? What was it about Bitcoin growing? Anyway, the growth of Bitcoin being so expansive, like I said, I don't think that's very good for anybody. Sure, you might seem like you're in it for the money and you got good money in it now, but what's happening is there are a lot of people in that system that, in my eyes, are going to end up getting taken advantage of because at some point things that keep growing at that kind of a rate or a size, like I said, exponentially like that, they're going to collapse. They always do. And that's again why I urge people, if you're going to do this kind of stuff, create your own small networks and be comfortable with just small wealth. It's going to grow generationally. That's what this blockchain is really going to help with, is the generational wealth growth. When you're passing on your decedent estate, this blockchain is going to help you leave everything private by creating your own private deeds and documents legally constructed in this format. While it is increasingly difficult, this concern has grown smaller over time as large companies like PayPal begin to allow customers to use cryptocurrencies on their e-commerce platforms. What is a blockchain in simple terms? And that's because they can't regulate it. Like I said, it's not regulated yet, so they can't regulate it. So they can't say that they can't allow customers to use cryptocurrencies on their e-commerce platforms. There's no such regulation. So we're going to see a lot of lobbying for it. What is a blockchain in simple terms? Simply put, a blockchain is a shared database or ledger. Pieces of data are stored in data structures known as blocks, and each network has a replica of the entire database. This computer here, like I say, this computer here has it. I can pull up a replica of the entire database on the World Wide Web. How do I know that? It's World Wide Web. It's the internet. You can search up anything on, like I said, that Tor browser. You can get it even on the illegal markets on this thing. It covers everything, and it's all blocked up. It's the way it's designed. It's the coding. So when we see, simply put, a blockchain as a shared database or ledger, pieces of data are stored in data structures known as blocks, and each network node has a replica of the entire database. So each laptop, each phone, each tablet, everything like that is a node to this already constructed blockchain system. Security is ensured since the majority will not accept this change if somebody tries to edit or delete an entry in one copy of the ledger. So when the FCC has a copy of this ledger and somebody comes in and tries to make a change by deleting something or editing it, there's going to be something that says, nope, 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 nope. And that's the importance of using the FCC as your friend. Like I said, with the tax issue, a lot of people say the IRS agent is your friend. With your communication issues, the FCC is your friend. How many blockchains are there? The number of live blockchains is growing every day at an ever increasing pace. As of 2023, there are more than 23,000 active cryptocurrencies based on blockchain, with several hundred more non-cryptocurrency blockchains. What is the difference between a private blockchain and a public blockchain? The private blockchain, or excuse me, a public blockchain is also known as an open or permissionless blockchain. Is where anybody can join the network freely and establish a node. So you go get a phone. Guess what? You had to buy the phone, but you get to enter and join the network freely. And you establish a node with that phone. Because of their open nature, these blockchains must be secured with cryptography and a consensus system like proof of work. A private or permission blockchain, on the other hand, requires each node to be approved before joining. This is my private email. If you write me an email, I will receive the email, or I may not, depends on some certain issues because of it's a hybrid email. But generally, most people can write me an email to my private hybrid email, and it should come through just fine. If I respond, that's my approval. I put my address out there, and if you respond, that's your approval. So if I put my email out there and I say, go ahead and email me, and I receive an email, then I damn well better respond because everything's validated. And that was the offer. A private or permissioned blockchain, on the other hand, requires each node to be approved before joining. Because nodes are considered to be trusted, the layers of the security do not need to be as robust. So again, when you're joining me with the private email and communicating with me back and forth, there's certain information that I'm not going to put out there. And while you're communicating with me in those private emails, if you give me information that I don't think I should have, I'm going to let you know you shouldn't be putting that information out there. Don't trust me. Don't trust your neighbor. Don't trust the government. And for crying out loud, don't trust your mother. So as we continue on, it says the bottom line, with many practical applications for the technology already being implemented and explored, blockchain is finally making a name for itself in no small part because of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. A buzzword on the tongue of every investor in the nation, blockchain stands to make business and government operations more accurate, efficient, secure, and cheap with fewer middle men. I urge you, the best way to make that happen is to learn this stuff yourself so you can help induce that reaction by knowing how to use it and using it appropriately to drive it in that direction. This is good for everybody, in my firm opinion. So as we finish up on this one, we've got several more to go. It says, as we head into the third decade of blockchain, it is no longer a question of if legacy companies will catch on to the technology. It's a question of when. Today, we see a proliferation of NFTs and the tokenization. This is non-fungible tokens and the tokenization of assets. This blockchaining is a way for us to use smart contracting to collateralize our assets in a much more accurate, efficient, secure, and cheap way with fewer middlemen. We don't need to go to the county registrar to to record our deed. We can draw up our legal documents here on this internet and have our own site and record them there and have them validated through the blockchain. Again, if the information I posted on my site was in error, they would not have allowed me to post it. It is validated and secured. Despite the thing that says not secure, the site itself is not secure. The information is. The site itself is not secure because it's not commercialized. There's no value. So go ahead and try to mine and validate what isn't there. Nobody's going to come looking because of that. It's a safety mechanism. As we head into the third decade of blockchain, it's no longer a question if, it's a question when. Today, we see a proliferation of these tokens of assets. As a result, the next decades will prove to be a significant period of growth for blockchain. And I say I agree heavily, as long as we can get heavily involved and make it valuable for ourselves. Otherwise, as you see, they will use it against you. This is known. They will take those data elements, they will mine them, they will validate them, they will sell them, and you won't see a penny until the debt collector comes looking for their debt. So again, be careful what you're doing. Let's look. Okay, that's that one. The next one is blockchain. Just simple. Blockchain is the digital platform behind Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. It is intended to create faster, more efficient ways to transmit, receive, and track orders using secure data. Again, that's that every keystroke is a time certificate that has a security attached, which secures it in a timeline. Okay. What is blockchain, or what is a block in crypto blockchain, and how does it work? Blocks are data structures within the blockchain database where transaction data in a cryptocurrency blockchain are permanently recorded. So it's much like the definitive paper record where you have an application, which is the block. And it's got data structures. It's got a bunch of blanks on there that they want you to fill in with information. Okay. Then they're going to turn around, they take that application back from you, and they're going to put it in a nice little drawer, along with the other blocks, creating a blockchain. A block records some or all of the most recent transactions not yet validated by the network. Once the data are validated, the block is closed. Then a new block is created for new transactions to be entered in and validated. A block is thus a permanent store of records that, once written, cannot be altered or removed. This is the same thing with the definitive paper record. They say that once you enter the document, you cannot alter or remove it. Cannot be changing things that were already supposed to be admitted as facts. That would mean that when you entered them, they weren't facts, and therefore you lied. This is what the cryptocurrency or the blockchain system is doing, is it's making sure that the facts that are entered are going to be considered as true and correct. Now, the problem with that, again, like I said, is that if we have a human input system, then we still have to look at the human input as maybe possibly being errored. And therefore, even though the information is validated with other electronic formats, it may be validated but not accurate yet. So again, that 99% of accuracy, we still have to worry about what we're putting in first. So the key takeaways. A block is a place in a blockchain where information is stored and encrypted. Blocks are identified by long numbers that include encrypted transaction information from previous blocks and new transaction information. So when we're tying these blocks together, it's like I said, we're talking about generational. You're going to tie your family today with your children's families, with your children's children's family, with your children. It's a chronological order of keeping things accurate for your private shit, just as much as the public. Blocks and the information within them must be verified by a network before new blocks can be created. Blocks and blockchains are not used solely by cryptocurrencies. They also have many other uses, like I said earlier, legal formations, smart contracts, bank accounts, all kinds of stuff. How a blockchain block works. A blockchain network witnesses a great deal of transaction activity. When used in cryptocurrency, maintaining a record of these transactions helps the system track how much was or wasn't used and which parties were involved. Okay? So again, like I said, if you've got a small community of 1,500 people and you've got all the property in that community and they all have access to legal title and use of the information of that property, then you get to use that system to determine which parties get to use what property. So say you got a community of 1,500 people, you got a certain Newsweek thing that you put out every week. You got certain people that are going to be involved in putting that out. You got other certain people in that community that are going to be involved in the being part of the story. That's your blockchaining of information about your own little organization, but you're able to put value to it by putting information out that's not going to expose the privacy of the people. And you're doing so by telling third-person stories about everything. Okay? The transactions made during a given period are recorded into a file called a block, which is the basis of the blockchain network. A block stores information. There are many pieces of information included within a block, but it doesn't occupy a large amount of storage space. Blocks generally include these elements, but it might vary between different types. Magic number. I don't know why they call it a magic number, but that's what they call it, a magic number. A number containing specific values that identify that block as part of a particular cryptocurrency's network. It's just like your registered mail stickers. You could make up your own file for registered mail labels, and you could use one mail label and a file system that uses that mail label with an extension of numbers onto that mail label number of 0 to 199 or to 999. So now you got 1,000 pieces that you've parceled that one registered mail number into. This is basically what blockchaining is. Block size sets the size limit on the block so that only a specific amount of information can be written in it. Block header contains information about the block. Transaction counter, a number that represents how many transactions are stored in the block. Transactions, a list of all the transactions within a block. A transaction element is the largest because it contains the most information. It is followed in storage size by the block header, which includes these sub-elements: version, cryptocurrency version being used; previous block hash, contains a hash, encrypted number, of the previous block's header; hash Merkle root, hash of transactions in the Merkle tree of the current block. And that Merkle tree, that's what I just explained with the registered mail label. You got a registered mail label, it's got a number on there, and yet you want to produce 1,000 documents under that registered mail label. You can use an extension number of 0 for your first document, 01 for your next document, 02, 03, on up until you get up to 999. So long as you express the Merkle tree as that number and then an extension of 0 to 999. That would be your Merkle tree. And the registered mail label would be the root. Time, a timestamp to place the block in blockchain. Bits, the difficulty rating of the target hash, signifying the difficulty in solving the nonce. Nonce, the encrypted number that a miner must solve to verify the block and close it. 132-bit number in the header is called a nonce. The mining program uses random numbers to guess the nonce hash. Funny how that works. Read that again. The mining program uses random numbers to guess the nonce in the hash. When a nonce is verified, the hash is solved when the nonce, or number less than it, is guessed. Then the network closes that block, generates a new one with a header, and the process repeats. Different mechanisms are used to reach a consensus. The most popular for cryptocurrency is proof of work, with proof of stake becoming more so because of the reduced energy consumption compared to the proof of work. Mining's relationship to blocks. Mining is the term used for solving the number that is the nonce, the only number that can be changed in a block header. This is what the hackers are looking for because that's what they want to change. This is what all those nodes are looking for because that's what they need to get into that information to find out if it's got value so they can resell it. It's a very important setup. It is also the process that cryptocurrency's network uses if proof of work is used in the protocol. Cryptocurrency mining is commonly thought to be a complex mathematical problem. It is actually a random number generated through hashing. Hashing is the process of encrypting information using the encryption method a cryptocurrency uses. For example, Bitcoin uses SHA-256 for its encryption algorithm. For a miner to generate the winning number, the mining program must use SHA-256 to hash random numbers and place them into the nonce to see if it is a match. So they had to have the SHA-256 encryption algorithm to then search the hash numbers. Solving the random number hash under the proof of work protocol is what takes so much energy and computational power. An extensive network of miners and enough energy to power a small country is needed to keep it going. Again, why I said it's not wise to let these things grow so large. The difficulty lies, I mean, if all you need is two witnesses, then why you need so many nodes to validate something? Okay, so think about that. The difficulty lies, and I think the greater value would be in the two rather than the thousands or millions. The difficulty lies in that all previous block headers are encrypted randomly. Hence, the current block header is a randomly generated encrypted number based on the randomly generated encrypted numbers of previous blocks and information from the current block. Other block and blockchain uses. But because most blockchain definitions refer to Bitcoin, because it was the first cryptocurrency to use one, many people associate blocks and blockchains with Bitcoin. However, other cryptocurrencies use blocks and blockchains as well. It's important to note that Ethereum's network has a cryptocurrency called Ether that also uses blocks and blockchain. However, Ethereum and its blockchain were designed for multiple uses that extend to much more than cryptocurrency. For example, non-fungible tokens, smart contracts, decentralized finance applications, and more have been developed using Ethereum. What is a blockchain? In simple words, a blockchain is a database that stores and encrypts information in a linked fashion so that previous information cannot be altered, and a group verifies any entry before they are finalized through a consensus, an agreement that the data is correct. So let me pull up my site here real quick. So we go to my site, and this is on the first page. And we go down here, and we have all this data. Oh my, oh my, oh goodness, oh my. We have all this data, but we can't read it. It's encrypted. There's a key. So I've got an encrypted language that I can use already within an associate group of people through my email connections that we can associate and send communications back and forth that are encrypted in this, and the timestamps and the securities in the cyber venue here, this internet venue, will allow these to pass through. And I don't care who's out there looking for the information. They're going to have to encrypt the script first. You see how you flip the script on them now? It's not hard to create a little converter so that you have a language key and encrypt your own documentation. You have the availability to do your own blockchaining and create your own language and communication within that blockchain, so that even if a miner or data validator comes along and wants to validate it, they can have it. They can see that, yeah, there's 13 other people in this same little group that have all that same information. Yeah, it's validated. It matches. So think about it. It's a very important aspect of what we're doing here. And I think it's important that people learn how to take advantage of it for themselves, for their own protection of private data. So let's look again. How is a blockchain block created? Blocks are created when miners or block validators successfully validate the encrypted information in the block header, which prompts the creation of a new block. What are blockchains used for? Blockchains are used in cryptocurrency, decentralized finance applications, non-fungible tokens, with more uses constantly under development. And like I said, I've got my 18 profiles here on YouTube because I have my own little authors guild. And that could precisely be the exact reason somebody else might want to use a blockchain setup, is to have their own little authors guild and just slowly grow their authors union. It's a very valid way of doing it. So this blockchaining is a matter of securing information, not securitizing paper documents as cash for some kind of monetary value. So what we're thinking about here, what we're actually talking about, is the concept of being able to protect your own value from being discriminated or yanked out of your ass and being made a mockery of by some other value system. Know thyself and what your value is. Learn how to coin your words or purse your lips. So the next one, blockchain ETF. And I'm going to drop the stream link in case anybody wants to come up and join. I see some comments down in the chat. Let me see what's going on here first. I do want to tell everybody thank you for joining me. AK Yogi, Brielle, Jonathan, Red, Producer Moose, Unslaved Truth, G, Aaron, Nubs, Galleon, JK, Brielle, everybody welcome. The link is there for anybody who wants to come up. Yeah, a lot of people are disinterested in blockchain, and I think it's important that they realize what it really is. Like we're talking about here, it's discussing a lot more than just cryptocurrencies. Um, and I'm sure, like again, these articles we're reading, it's going to expand. It's one of the things of securing information, so it should expand to every venue where we have information. Blockchain ETF meaning, criticism, and example. A blockchain exchange traded fund. Exchange traded fund. Remember, I said earlier, if you've got your own kind of little cryptocurrency in your own little organization of, say, 1,500 people, and there's another organization that has, say, 1,500 people in their own cryptocurrency, and you meet one of their members and you want to make a trade, you can use your electronic tokens, your non-fungible tokens in the blockchain, and trade with each other. You trade your funds. You don't have to use somebody else's monetary system to make a trade by using their third-party officious intermeddling system. You can determine to use your own private third-party converter of the non-fungible tokens or whatever. However you want to do it. Again, it goes to that smart contracting. The smart contracting is actually allowing you to keep the privity of your contracts rather than being required to involve a third party. Similar to standard sector or theme-based ETFs that invest in a specific bundle of stocks, invest exclusively in a basket of blockchain-based companies. The companies owned in a blockchain ETF have business operations in blockchain technology or invest or profit from the blockchain. Blockchain ETFs are exchange-traded funds that invest in a basket of companies which use blockchain technology for operations. That little 1,500-person organization, they're using the basket of companies, that's that 1,500 organizations, and their exchange-traded funds that are invested in their local technology blockchain operations of that association. Some of these funds are actively managed, whereas others are passive and track an index. Actively managed, others are passive and track an index. Blockchain isn't just used with cryptocurrencies, it has the potential to be the way all information is recorded and stored. That's what I just said. Like any breakthrough technology, there's no guarantee blockchain will live up to its potential and become widely used across multiple industries. However, as viable as it is, I'm sure it will. Blockchain is a shared ledger that stores all information regarding a transaction, date, time, dollar amount, etc. This ledger is decentralized, meaning it is not kept in one location, but distributed across a network that can be viewed by the public. The information in the ledger is also incorruptible. That's that immutable, same thing. Blockchain's overarching goal is to enable people to communicate crucial data in a safe, tamper-proof manner. Are you tampering with a witness? When it comes to tampering with a witness, it goes to in beginning was the Word. And if you're going to tamper with this witness and change my words, and that's part of the problem. That's why this blockchain system is so unique, and it's going to enhance your abilities to maintain your privacy by being public. It's going to teach you how to put information out in the public that isn't going to harm you and that anybody can have and have a heyday with, and it's never going to come back to bite you. You have to learn this stuff. In my opinion, if you're going to be dealing with these electronic formats. Blockchain reduces risk and boosts efficiency. If it's reducing risk, then there's less to be insured about. Therefore, your insurance costs will go down as well. It's everything to do with the financial world, and it's going to cheapen everything for you if you learn how to use it. Just about anything can be recorded and stored on a blockchain network. Blockchain ETFs give investors a chance to make money from this technology, which has the potential to revolutionize business and be used by everyone, because all information is more secure. These funds invest in various companies making money from blockchain in some form. Some of them are actively managed, while others are passively managed and simply track a specific index. So these kinds here are the ones that are tracking your data elements for advertisers. They're looking for specific indexes in your communications. When they find those indexes, they report, they validate the blockchain, and now you get a message or an advertisement while you're perusing through your searches. That's what shows up in these advertisements and stuff on the side. Blockchain ETFs offer dual benefits. Pooled investments in baskets of stocks, like that of a mutual fund, and real-time trading with tick-by-tick price changes, like that of the stock. It's pretty much now time. Why blockchain is important. Blockchain is best known for maintaining a secure and decentralized record of cryptocurrency transactions. This technology isn't just limited to digital currencies, though. Blockchain can potentially be used in any situation where data record keeping is required. It has become apparent that blockchain is an ideal way to deliver information in a quick, secure, and transparent fashion. Those characteristics are highly sought after and have led some pundits to predict that blockchain could end up being as groundbreaking as the internet was. And that's what I'm telling you now. It is. If you don't get in on this now and learn how to do this now, you're going to be behind the times, and you're going to end up being taken advantage of when you shouldn't have to. Start learning this stuff so you learn how to use this damn internet and create your own website, your own schools, your own libraries, your own authors publication center, all kinds of stuff you can do with this internet if you start doing it now and learn how to be creative from your point of origin, from your perspective. It's called blockchain because information is stored in blocks that form a chain. How blockchain works. A blockchain can in some way be compared to spreadsheets. We already read that kind of shit. A lot of this is going to be redundant. Different services, industries that blockchain is used in. Thousands of cryptocurrency systems run on a blockchain, but that's not the technology's only use. It has been identified as a reliable way to store data for various other types of transactions. The beauty of blockchain is that it speeds transaction times up, demands less oversight and resources, and is harder to hack and manipulate. Those benefits have prompted several big-name companies to invest in blockchain. Industries that have seen a use for blockchain include food, banking and finance, healthcare. And like I said, authors guilds, the legal forms, all that stuff. They're going to find a place for it too. It is also believed that blockchain would make voting impossible to tamper with. If true, that could eliminate election fraud and boost voter turnout for having better confidence in that vote. But again, people, remember, if you think your vote counts, you're really dealing with an electoral vote that can change it to their vote, despite the blockchain. Blockchain ETFs versus Bitcoin ETFs. The terms Bitcoin and blockchain are sometimes used interchangeably despite being two different things. Bitcoin is a cryptocurrency, while blockchain is the underlying database technology. So when I was in this discussion with Tommy and talking about blockchaining, and I told him I was already in the blockchain, he did not understand what I was talking about because he thought I was trying to tell him I was creating my own coin. Everybody involved in this internet on any device is already involved in the blockchain. This is the underlying database technology, is the internet. Blockchain is not tied to any one specific company or product. It is a technology that can be used across various industries. Blockchain ETFs invest in various companies listed on the stock market, many of which also have other operations outside of blockchain rather than a specific coin. This is where Tommy keeps getting caught up. He thinks if you're going to blockchain, it's got to be about crypto coining. No, there are many other uses for blockchain, and crypto coin is just one use, and they are two very distinct, different things. This makes them more diversified and less volatile. A notable difference is regulation and availability. Bitcoin and other virtual currencies have been heavily scrutinized by government authorities. It's because they want to regulate it, because they want their bite in it. And the Securities and Exchange Commission continues to deny spot and cryptocurrency ETF applications, claiming none of the applicants thus far have verified how they would safeguard investors from market manipulation. Okay, now I mentioned this here a few days ago on Proper Instruction Motivates People, I believe, that the reason that they're looking for regulation is because of this. What happens is you end up with cryptocurrencies that have no asset backing. So the regulations that they're looking for is to ensure that crypto coins are asset backed to help safeguard investors from market manipulations. Okay. The only way to invest in Bitcoin with ETFs is via ETFs that own future contracts tied to Bitcoin's price. So what you're doing is buying on the future. Investing this way comes with drawbacks. Futures contracts don't necessarily deliver the same returns as their target assets, and expense ratios tend to be higher. Blockchain ETFs don't generally face such problems. Blockchain ETF invests in companies that develop or make money from blockchain technology, neither banned nor under scrutiny, not tied to a particular company, meaning greater diversity, less risk, and less potential upside. Bitcoin ETF tracks the price of Bitcoin via future contracts. Governments are skeptical and investing regulations are tight. Again, their regulations on the investings are very tight because there are no assets backing this stuff. They're based on future contracts. Exposure to a currency known for volatile price swings and making or losing investors lots of money. So it's a currency known for volatile price swings. And that's because there are no assets backing it. Criticism of blockchain's ETFs. Blockchain ETFs are a relatively recent phenomenon. As such, it is difficult to determine trends or derive conclusive results from their performance. Many blockchain ETFs have witnessed positive returns in the last couple of years. However, investors are still concerned with the long-term prospects of blockchain ETFs. As is the case with any breakthrough technology, there is no guarantee blockchain will live up to its potential and become widely used across multiple industries. And that's why I'm telling you folks now. This is something that is good for you, and I urge you to learn about it. You are the ones that are required to help bring this system in for your benefit. Otherwise, it's going to be limited to certain industries, and the certain industries that it's limited to are going to be the ones that are already using it. Bankers, financial institutions, healthcare centers. And how well do you think that's going to bode for you if you don't know what it is and how it's used against you? Blockchain ETFs also come with the inherent risk of investing in technology-based startups. This is the emerging economies, the small organizations that I'm talking about. It's an inherent risk. But if you know it and you start out small and you have people that are really interested in it and they're the only ones that can do it for themselves and they know this, they're going to do it. And that's what's going to help increase the value of those that know what they're doing. There's going to be an inherent risk in everything we do. This is why I don't understand why people don't push the limits. At least while the blockchain concept is still evolving and hitting regulatory roadblocks across the globe. Okay. If you don't get involved in it, and it's nothing but industry taking its use, then it will never have the regulatory input for its private use. They will use it industrially, publicly against the private people. This is the fear about the digital coin. This is the fear about the digital reset. Don't be afraid of it. Learn it so you can use it appropriately so it's not used against you. That's how you get over the fear. The biggest benefit in our life is my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, and therefore the knowledge is the benefit. Example of blockchain ETFs. Two popular blockchain ETFs include the Siren NASDAQ Next Gen Economy ETF and the Amplified Transformational Data Sharing ETF. Don't even know what those are. The Siren NASDAQ Next Gen Economy seeks to replicate the returns of the Siren NASDAQ Blockchain Economy Index. I'll bet that's just a new index, a new trading platform for the blockchain specifically. Because it's in electronic data, they now get to open up a new market. See what's happening here? Instead of having just the NASDAQ and all that, for the documents that the stocks, the definitive paper stocks that they print and trade. Now they can trade the timestamp certificates in the data, the electronic data. Index made up of global companies committed to blockchain development. The fund is described as passive, but does have some discretion in selecting companies. Okay. That sounds like blockchain in me. Says you get to pick the ones that are members. That sounds exactly like what they're doing. As of October 2023, BLCN, which was one of the first ETFs to focus on blockchain technology, had 60 million in assets under management and a 5-year annualized return of negative 3.73%. It invests 42% of its money in technology services companies, with its current top holdings being MicroStrategy Inc., Coinbase Global Inc., and PayPal, and has an expense ratio of 0.68%. Expense ratio of 0.68% is fucking unheard of. You see its potential, people? It's amazing. BLOK, the Amplified Transformational Data Sharing ETF, is an actively managed fund investing in companies developing or using what it calls transformational data sharing technologies. It has no underlying index and carries an expense ratio of 0.75%. These are unheard of expense ratios, folks. The fund, as of October 2023, has assets under management of 418 million and a 5-year annualized return of 3.95%. BLOK invests 50% of its assets in technology services and 18% in financial services. Its top holdings as of October 2023 are Coinbase Global Inc., MicroStrategy Inc., and SBI Holdings Inc. MicroStrategy and Coinbase. MicroStrategy and Coinbase. Two top premier companies in blockchaining. How do I invest in blockchain? There are several ways to invest in blockchain. Methods include buying a few stocks that are involved in its development, buying shares in a blockchain ETF, or investing in cryptocurrencies either directly or via a trust. See where we're going, folks? Smart contracts in trust. Two people, no third-party intervener. A trust shall not fail for want of trustee. You are both a grantor and beneficiary, one granting equal consideration to the other's benefit, the other granting equal consideration in exchange for the other's benefit as well. That's how it's truly supposed to work, and this blockchain stuff is going to help us get there, folks. Why invest in a blockchain ETF? If you believe blockchain will live up to its potential and want to spread your bets, a blockchain ETF makes sense. Investing in a basket of stocks limits upside, but also the chance of heavy losses. What is the best blockchain ETF? There isn't a best blockchain ETF, just as there isn't a best mutual fund or stock. What's best for one person may not work for another. Folks, this is not legal advice. This is just my opinion. I do what I'm doing, and I hope you can follow along and do even better. And performance can vary from one period to the next. Look at what each ETF hopes to achieve, whether it is active or passive, the track record of its asset manager, the type of companies it invests in, and the expense ratio. The bottom line, blockchain ETFs give investors a way to potentially make money from blockchain technology living up to its potential. These ETFs spread their bets on a number of companies at the forefront of blockchain, a technology that some people believe could be as groundbreaking as the internet. Coinbase, MicroStrategy, and SBI Holdings. Those are your premiers at the forefront of blockchain. Blockchain is best known, and Bitcoin, of course. Blockchain is best known for maintaining a secure and decentralized record of all cryptocurrency transactions, but it isn't just limited to that. Most industries need to record, safely store, and track data, and blockchain has been touted as the best way to do this. Again, I believe everybody should be getting involved with this because it's not just good for companies, it's good for you. If you are blockchaining your data elements and they are validated, then another company, such as a bank or a medical health insurance or anything, cannot unvalidate them. They are immutable, and you can establish that immutability. How blockchain can help emerging economies. When most people hear the word blockchain, which refers to a type of decentralized ledger technology, they immediately connect the term with cryptocurrencies. However, it is important to keep in mind that Bitcoin just happened to be one of blockchain's earliest and most popular applications. Most experts believe that the potential for other applications of blockchain technology is vast. Like I said, my interest and curiosity is in the Authors Guild, being able to journal your own story and create its own legal standing outside of the legal foundation of the administrative courts. In the most general sense, a blockchain is a system for recording information, although it is distinct from a typical database in the way it stores information. The information in a blockchain is stored in such a way that makes it difficult or impossible to change, hack, or cheat the system. This impressive technology provides the support necessary for the decentralized, anonymized tracking and transaction of digital currencies around the world. While blockchains, and while we're saying the world here, like I said earlier, it's not necessarily just limited to huge conglomerations like Bitcoin, which I think are actually too big, but it's availed for smaller organizations, such as, like I said, a group of say 1,500 people. But in that, it gives them access around the world to that very small group. While blockchains allow for cryptocurrencies to function, their functionality has applications beyond cryptocurrency. In diverse countries such as India, Kenya, and East Africa, blockchain technologies has found uses in banking and financial services, supply chains, agriculture, and in managing land ownership records. What is, excuse me, what is blockchain technology? Blockchain technology, in the most general sense, a blockchain is a system for recording information. Although it is distinct from a typical database in the way it stores information, the information, did we just not read that almost identical thing? Seems like we just read that. It's stored in such a way that it makes difficult or impossible to change, hack, or cheat the system. Blockchain technology promises a secure peer-to-peer mechanism for verifying information. This is the two or more witnesses. That's all it's doing. It's providing a way where you have two or more witnesses in a venue that is very easily accessible by the rest of the public. Each block in a blockchain contains a record of transactions in a decentralized ledger. Taken together, the blocks form a chain in a peer-to-peer network. Peer-to-peer network. Applications for blockchain technology. Again, we seem to be reading over again. This impressive technology provides the support necessary for the decentralized, anonymized tracking and transaction of digital currencies around the world. While blockchains allow for cryptocurrencies to function, their functionality has application beyond cryptocurrency. For example, banking and fintech payment companies have already demonstrated a major interest in blockchain technology. From insurance and real estate to crowdfunding and data management, the potential applications of blockchain technology are numerous, and it's likely that there will continue to be new ways of adapting this technology to mainstream business worlds in the future. However, there is one important use of blockchain technology that exists outside its more traditional business applications. Some of the world's emerging economies are benefiting from the integration of blockchain technology in various ways. In diverse countries such as India, Kenya, and East Africa, blockchain technology has found uses in banking and financial services, supply chains, agriculture, and managing land ownership records. Among its many advantages, first and foremost being its ability to keep data secure, blockchain technology also claims to speed up and reduce the cost of transactions and boost financial inclusion by providing more opportunities for those without easy access to financial services. And this is all blatantly true, I am sure. It seems reasonable that if you have an electronic transaction that can happen over a matter of minutes, it would be much more feasible to use than a system that is paper oriented that's going to take several days. It makes sense. And in that, it would, of course, obviously cut down a large portion of expense. And particularly since you don't have the physical movement of paper or property, now you're cutting down another expense. We're looking at just entering in keyboard, just entering in at the keyboard. So think about this stuff and realize if it's that important to them, how much it can help you too, both in being able to protect yourself and still be able to write your own story and have it be valid. Let's see here. Challenges for blockchain implementation in emerging countries. Before we discuss opportunities, let's touch on why it may be particularly difficult for an emerging country to implement blockchain solutions. The hurdles below are not an exhaustive list, but instead an overview of the unique challenges emerging countries must overcome. Infrastructure. The technological infrastructure in developing nations, such as access to the internet and reliable power sources, is frequently lacking. For safe communication and data transmissions via blockchain, a strong and dependable network infrastructure is required. Education and awareness. To deploy and use blockchain technology efficiently, one needs to have a particular level of technical knowledge. It may be difficult to recruit qualified individuals and develop local talent in many emerging nations due to a lack of knowledge and education on blockchain. This is why I suggested the small 1,500 member organizations that get together and learn this stuff so they know how to operate their own little situation and keep it maintained that way. You don't have to grow any bigger than that. And when you do, it kind of becomes unmanageable. So we really have to be astute and diligent in doing it and maintaining a certain level of precaution and priority. Regulation. The regulatory environment for cryptocurrency and the blockchain differed greatly between nations. The use of blockchain technology may be hampered in developing nations by unclear or constrictive regulatory regimes. Financial restraints. Implementing blockchain frequently necessitates a large outlay of funds, including expenditures associated with infrastructure setup, software development, and continuous maintenance. Allocating cash for blockchain initiatives may be difficult in emerging nations due to resource scarcity and budgetary restrictions. And this is what we're talking about with a small man like me. All I can do is start out with my own World Wide Web, the internet, and start creating the blockchain. Until I can emerge as something better than that, or greater than that, there really is no financial in there. Other than, like I said, it's a protection against the financial world. I'm able to create my own journal and place certain data elements in there that are validated. Adoption and trust. And remember, I've said many times, everything is about adoption, folks. Adoption and trust. The foundations of blockchain are decentralization and trust. There may be a lack of trust in digital technology or doubt about the advantages of blockchain in some emerging nations. Scalability is the thing that I'm on right now. Again, Bitcoin is huge, and yeah, it might keep going for a while, but generally things that get like that tend to fall apart and break down. So your scalability, I think in situations like this, your more profound and stable things, you're going to be about 1,500 people. So again, the value is not going to be extremely high or anything, but it's going to be there, and the main value is the protection. When it comes to managing a high volume of transactions, blockchain networks, particularly public blockchains like Bitcoin and Ethereum, experience scalability problems. The scalability issue may be especially important in developing nations where the population is expanding and there is a rising demand for digital services. Banking opportunities. In many parts of the world, individuals do not have easy access to banking services. With blockchain technology, users across the globe access banking services where they otherwise wouldn't have the opportunity. You guys are familiar with me. I have a PayPal account and there is no bank account. I had to create a PayPal link for those that wouldn't be able to donate from outside of PayPal. In other words, people that didn't have PayPal couldn't donate because PayPal is only accepting payments from PayPal unless I have a certain link. So I had to create a certain link. And when I did so, it didn't work because I didn't have a bank connected to it. So I had to go back and open up an old bank account because I didn't have access to banking services. So we just used an old bank account. With blockchain technology, users across the globe could access banking services where they otherwise wouldn't have the opportunity, particularly individuals in emerging economies where there are not standard banks readily accessible could make use of blockchain technology to access these services. So the guy without a state ID and no bank account now can provide banking transactions without IDs and without a bank account. There's a bank account there, but it's closed and was reopened, and it only is used as a pass-through, and it's based upon the identification. Nothing else. One specific application is the use of blockchain for instant transfers of money between countries and without major fees and delay times. Blockchain also offers a visible, impermeable ledger, protecting the accuracy of financial transactions, and this may lessen instances of fraud, corruption, and other wrongdoing that frequently occur in the banking industry. Emerging nations can improve the security and dependability of their banking systems, boosting user confidence by utilizing the immutability and transparency of the blockchain. Last, access to credit is frequently restricted in emerging economies, especially for those without established credit histories. Blockchain can make it possible to develop decentralized credit scoring systems that use alternate data sources, including transaction records and payment histories, to evaluate credit worthiness. See what happens? If you're now using blockchain and cryptocurrency and your payments are going through immediately, pretty much so, and you're no longer using the banks as your creditors or your credit writers or credit reporters or whatever, and instead you're using blockchaining, guess what? All those purchases on eBay that went through just like that, that credit score goes right up because those companies say, oh no, he wasn't not only not late on payment, he paid right the fuck away. That's what the record's going to validate. Immediacy. So this could create opportunities for people and companies to receive loans and credit facilities based on their credit profiles created using blockchain technology. Based on their credit profiles created by using blockchain technology. In September 2021, El Salvador became the first country to make Bitcoin legal tender. In a study since only 5% of all sales have been paid in Bitcoin through the country's Chivo wallet. It's legal tender, and 5% of all sales have been paid through Bitcoin. That's not too bad, I don't think. I think that'll probably pick up. Examples of blockchain in emerging countries. India. In India, Consensus Ventures, a blockchain software firm, has worked with the National Institution for Transforming India, NITI, IOG, the Indian government's policy think tank, on implementing blockchain in a land titling project. Consensus Ventures also signed an agreement with the Andhra Pradesh state government for an array of uses for its technology, including in land titling, supply chains, and health records. Africa. In Kenya, IBM partnered with Twiga Foods, a business-to-business logistics platform, to kiosks and food stalls across Africa to extend microfinance loans to vendors. These loans were intended to help vendors buy and manage more inventory. IBM's contribution was to build a blockchain-enabled lending platform that could determine the creditworthiness of the food vendors. I imagine something like that would also allow the food vendors to be able to extend loans interpersonally among themselves rather than go through an outside banker system or anything like that. So if one vendor found that his inventory and the way he ordered it and his sales and everything provided for this, and he had a surplus and somebody else wanted to borrow, but they knew each other interpersonally. Like I said earlier, the two guys from different organizations, they're two different vendors, but they know each other through that blockchain. Why not? Why not just use the blockchain as a credit system for each other? I see that as a very viable use as well. In Nigeria, blockchain technology has been used to monitor toxin levels along the River Niger, where efforts are underway to clean up the river belt. International organizations that are funding these projects rely on this data as part of their reporting requirements. This is the same concept that I've spoken of with the watersheds here in America. You've got government grants that are willing to grant people funding to extend or create watersheds. And this blockchaining could help keep track of all that data so that we can continue to create more and more and extend better and better the watersheds that we so desperately need in desert areas. Haiti. The victim of hurricane and earthquake damage caused over the last decade also stands to benefit from blockchain. The Haitian government has suggested that blockchain technology could be used to record and register property transactions, voting, intellectual property, and other aspects of bureaucracy. In 2019, the Banque de la République de Haiti announced that it was considering a pilot program utilizing blockchain technology to create a digital version of the Haitian gourd. The goal of this project would be to improve the domestic payment system and promote financial inclusion in Haiti. That's that membership, that private member association. It gives you those kinds of protections, even though it's in a public venue. Over the past few years, the Business Development and Investment Project in Haiti has helped thousands of producers. The BDI project was designed to support the reconstruction efforts after Haiti's 2010 earthquake, but was forced to redouble its efforts due to natural disasters, the COVID-19 pandemic, assassination of its president, lockdown due to socio-political unrest, and gang-fueled insecurity. That's a lot to overcome, and I guarantee you, blockchain is a perfect way to do that. The project aimed to attract private sector investment through the creation of special industrial zones, but later shifted to facilitating the export of existing high-quality agricultural products. To enable farmers to obtain higher prices, the project helped develop the capacity of third-party service providers, providing them with standard operating procedures, access to quality transport and logistics services, and supplying them with working capital. The entire project hinged on a blockchain solution for traceability, and payments was developed, allowing direct payment to farmers. I want to take a real quick break here. We've been going about 3 hours. So I'm going to take a real quick break here. I'll be right back. In the meantime, I do want to thank everybody for your support. Please hit that like, share, and subscribe button. There's PayPal links down below for anybody that wants to share some love. It's always appreciated. Every little bit helps. And I shall be right back, folks. Okay, we are back. And let's get back into it. We got our next one here. Future of blockchain technology in emerging economies. For Paul Domjan, former global head of research, analytics, and data at investment bank Telemer, formerly Exotics, emerging nations are the most promising beneficiaries of blockchain tech. He argues that because frontier markets in Latin America, sub-Saharan Africa, and South Asia lag far behind in the area of ownership recording, with average performance less than half that of the best performing economies, they are primed for the benefits of blockchain. Amnesty International program director, Mark Dumet, has voiced cautious support for the integration of blockchain into efforts to address these and other problems plaguing developing nations, saying, "You have to be wary of technological solutions to problems that are also political and economic, but blockchain may help. We're not against it." And I'm saying the same thing. You have to be wary of technological solutions to problems that are political and economic, but in your own situation, because it's the politics and economics that are being used against you, I urge you to learn what this blockchain is so you can use its protections. How can blockchain technology contribute to reducing corruption in emerging countries? Blockchain technology can contribute to reducing corruption in emerging countries by providing transparent and tamper-proof systems. Okay, so just like an emerging company, an emerging website, an emerging country, an emerging website or emerging company would be up to the same thing, providing transparent and tamper-proof systems. So when you're developing yourself, you can't sit there and start putting out bullshit because the system's going to recognize it. Other people are going to recognize it. So in this blockchain system, what it's actually doing is generating us towards a truth. I hope everybody understands that. It's helping push us towards a greater truth. It can enable decentralized and verifiable record keeping, making it difficult for corrupt practices to go unnoticed. For example, blockchain-based land registries can reduce land-related corruption by securely recording property ownership and transactions. What are the challenges and opportunities of implementing blockchain technology in emerging countries? Challenges of implementing blockchain technology in emerging countries include limited internet activity, lack of technical expertise, and regulatory uncertainties. This is the same thing we have here is some regulatory uncertainties and some lack of technical experts here in America. If we could get some people that really started learning about this, then the regulatory uncertainties wouldn't be regulatory uncertainties. They would be quantified, or more so quantified. They wouldn't be so uncertain. Collaborative efforts involving governments, private sector entities, and international organizations are essential for successful implementation. They recognize this. Why don't you? I heard Brielle saying down there earlier, you didn't have any interest in this stuff. I considered crypto for people with disposable income. I see now it is the record of the future. See, that's the importance of that Hosea 4:6. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. I get tired of people that are just complacent and think that they know enough and they don't need to know anything else. I will not spend a day of my life not learning. The rest of my life, everything I do will be learning. So, how can blockchain enhance transparency in public procurement processes in emerging countries, as well as public procurement processes now in current countries, such as our own? This public procurement process they're talking about is, in fact, 48 CFR 52.212-5, contract terms and conditions required to implement statutes or executive orders - commercial items. So when we're talking about transparency, we're talking about those smart contracts and making them transparent as well. Blockchain can enhance transparency in public procurement process in emerging countries by recording every stage of the procurement life cycle. Now, this is the problem that we're talking about in this public procurement process in the administrative courts. It's not quite so transparent. They're hiding things. The blockchain will help uncover some of that fraud, ensuring integrity and reducing the risk of fraud. And that's what I'm screaming about all along, ensuring the integrity. The record's in error. How do I know? I'm the one that entered the data elements. They are in error. You can't say just because I entered them that they are now valid. That's not the way it works. Okay? Smart contracts can automate and enforce compliance with procurement rules, and decentralized platforms can enable real-time monitoring and verification of transactions, promoting fair competition and accountability. So when it comes to the blockchaining, like I said, if I'm not involved in these administrative courts, the blockchain information should show that, because the blockchain information in the administration should show all of its members. But again, one of the ambiguous things is that we enter data elements as a human error system, and we're the ones that fill out the SS5, that once we fill that out, now the system recognizes us as a Medicare qualified government employee, and it's recognized as valid throughout the entire system because we said so. So now we have to unvalidate it or disclaim it, however you want to put that, so that the public procurement system isn't used against you and they come and get all the shit that you think you own. You did it yourself. What are the potential risks and challenges of widespread blockchain adoption in emerging countries? Potential risks and challenges of widespread blockchain adoption in emerging countries include regulatory uncertainties, scalability issues, cybersecurity threats, and digital divide. Now, the cybersecurity threats is what I was mentioning earlier. If you've got one group of people that is big enough that they can access something, they can certainly start entering data elements in there that would be validated in their own system, that the rest of the system might go ahead and validate. And then because of that validation, it would cause a discrepancy with another system that would then invalidate that system or call it defunct or whatever as a security risk. Addressing these challenges requires establishing supportive regulatory frameworks, investing in the infrastructure, and promoting digital literacy. You got to do it, folks. If you're really going to be involved in these electrical platforms and stuff and think that you know what you're doing, I urge you to do your research. Do not believe me. Do not believe the government. Do not believe your neighbor. Do not believe your mother, for crying out loud. Do your research. The bottom line, besides the applications listed above, supporters of blockchain believe that it could enhance the distribution of government services in these nations, help to provide identity services, and even help to enhance freedom of speech and anti-corruption activities as well. So let's talk about this identity services. Like I said, I've got my own internet website, and all the information you need to know about me is there. You need any other information, you would have to get that from the agencies that have that information, such as Social Security number, birth date, all that. You'd need to go to them for that information. I don't know what my birth date is. It's hearsay, and I'm not going to give it to you. You don't have any requirement that I have to give it to you. And because it's specifically the birth date you're looking for, I don't know what that birth date is. I know the day I was born on is supposedly such a day, and I'm still not going to give that either. Help provide identity services. Can't accept the identification I gave on the website, then you'll have to go get screwed, because that's the only identification I go by, and it's validated more so than yours. My yay be my yay, my nay be my nay. And even help to enhance freedom of speech and anti-corruption activities as well. Personalized advice when you need it. Put your financial goals in motion. Nope, that's an advertisement. We're done there. Okay, the next one. What are smart contracts on the blockchain and how they work? What is a smart contract? Smart contract is a self-executing program that automates the actions required in an agreement. The self-executing program for communicating with me is my email address. It's a self-executing program that automates the actions required to reach my email site so that I can respond. That's a smart contract. Once completed, the transactions are trackable and irreversible. Do you have an email tracker? Every time you send an email, you can see how many times it's opened, when it's opened, who opened it, who it got sent to, who it got shared with. Smart contracts permit trusted transactions and agreements to be carried out among disparate, anonymous parties without the need for central authority, legal system, or external enforcement mechanism. Self-executing, no external enforcement mechanism. Does that sound like you're a creator of that contract? You're the self-executing one, and you are the creator, and therefore there is no external enforcement because the creator is protected for his creations. While blockchain technology has come to be thought of primarily as the foundation for Bitcoin, it has evolved far beyond underpinning a virtual currency. Smart contracts are scripts that automate the actions specific to a contract between two parties. Smart contracts do not contain legal language, terms, or agreements. Only code that executes actions when specified conditions are met. Nick Szabo, an American computer scientist who invented a virtual currency called BitGold in 1998, defined smart contracts as computerized transaction protocols that execute the terms of the contract. Again, I was building and programming these computers when they first came out, and that is an if-then-go-to program. That's it. That if-then-go-to program must have a human input. Coin your words or purse your lips. Smart contracts, a self-executing contract with the terms of the agreement between the buyer and seller being directly written into lines of code. Okay. History of smart contracts. Smart contracts were first proposed in 1994 by Nick Szabo, an American computer scientist who invented a virtual currency called BitGold in 1998, 10 years before Bitcoin was introduced. In fact, Szabo is often rumored to be the real Satoshi Nakamoto, the anonymous Bitcoin inventor, which he has denied. Szabo defines smart contracts as computerized transaction protocols that execute the terms of contract. He wanted to extend the functionality of electronic transaction methods. He wanted to extend the functionality of the input program. He wanted to extend the functionality of the if-then-go-to program, such as point of sale to the digital realm. If-then-go-to. In his paper, Szabo has also proposed the execution of a contract for synthetic assets, such as derivatives and bonds. Szabo wrote, these new securities are formed by combining securities such as bonds and derivatives, options and futures, in a wide variety of ways. Very complex term structures for payments can now be built into standardized contracts and traded with low transaction costs due to computerized analysis of these complex term structures. Due to computerized analysis of these complex term structures. So it sounds to me like you can get a literal program that can read and interpret or transliterate the smart, computerized, complex terms. Smart contracts do not contain the legal language or terms of contract between parties. They are scripts that contain if-then statements, if-then go-to functions, module imports, and other programming that automate the actions specified in a contract. Many of Szabo's predictions in the paper came true in ways preceding blockchain technology. For example, derivatives trading is now mostly conducted through computer networks using complex term structures. Third-party interveners, and that's the successful trust of a trust shall not fail for want of trustee. And since there's only two parties, you can still conduct a trust action without a trustee, such as the purchase and delivery of foods or of goods. For example, manufacturing needing raw materials can set up payments using smart contracts, and the supplier can set up shipments. Then, depending on the agreement between the two businesses, the funds could be transferred automatically to the supplier upon shipment or delivery. Real estate transactions, stock and commodity trading, lending, corporate governance, supply chain, dispute resolution, and healthcare are only a few examples where smart contracts can be used. Again, I've been showing people how I've been doing my own private writing, communicating privately with these people that say that we owe them money here or there. It's not a matter of making a public issue of it. And that's what we're talking about here. It's allowing us to be able to privately communicate and resolve the disputes through a blockchain method by showing the information here in the electronic format says this, and this is validated. Your document is wrong. That's simple. Smart contract pros and cons. The primary benefit of smart contract is similar to the benefit of blockchain technology. They remove the need for third parties. Other benefits of this technology are efficiency. They speed up contract execution, accuracy. There can be no human error introduced. This is where I'm saying they're wrong. It is an input system. If then go to, you have to put the system in by error or by human, and a human is fallible. So if they enter the information in error and then it's validated, the information is maybe immutable according to that record, but it's still in error. The program cannot be altered. Some of the downfalls, permanent. They cannot be changed if there are mistakes. Human factor. They rely on the programmer to ensure the code addresses the terms of the contract. This is where that human error can come in. That's why I'm saying it's fallible. It can't be perfect. Loopholes. There are many loopholes in the coding. allowing for contracts to be executed in bad faith. Again, these 3 reasons are why you should be getting familiar with this, because these smart contracts that they're going to start using, they're going to start using them against you. And if you don't know the code, it's just like not knowing English. What is an example of a smart contract? The simplest example of a smart contract is a transaction between a consumer and a business where a sale is made. The smart contract executes the customer's payment, and the business ships or transfers business's shipment or transfer of ownership. This is much similar to a credit card transaction at your local grocery store. You go in, you buy a product, and you walk out the door. That is an example of a smart contract. What blockchain has smart contracts? Ethereum has smart contract capabilities inherent to its blockchain. The Bitcoin blockchain received smart contract abilities after its Taproot upgrade, which allowed it to communicate to layers that have smart contracts enabled on their blockchains, therefore allowing each other to use each other's contract and technical terms as the smart contract. Much like I use the copyright and disclaimer of the UPU on my website. What are smart contracts in simple terms? Smart contracts are apps on a blockchain that make each side of a transaction complete its part. For example, a smart contract could initiate a fund transfer with a third party to verify that the transfer took place. That's what I was saying earlier about the 2 small organizations. Instead of going to a banking institution, they can hire for an outside third-party converter to do that for them rather than that. And there's still and that's not a third-party intervener, but rather a smart contract for that third party to do a conversion or a comparison, whatever you want to do. The bottom line, smart contracts are code written into a blockchain that executes the terms of an agreement or contract from outside the chain. It automates the actions that would otherwise be completed by the parties in the agreement, which removes the need for both parties to trust each other. So what happens in my website is that when I communicate with my private email, some governmental entities and organizations, when I try to send them an email, it will give me what's called a mailer daemon. And it won't allow it. And that's because they don't want my information in their system. They know my information doesn't belong in their system. So when I communicate with them through email, I've got to make sure that I also print it up in a definitive paper document and send it to them in their physical location. It's part of the process. Again, like I said earlier, cryptocurrencies technically should be backed up by a physical asset. It's the same thing with your communications. Technically, your electronic communications should be backed up with an identical definitive paper communication. Let's see here. Okay, the next one. Blockchain. One of history's greatest inventions? Let's look. World-changing inventions like the printing press, the radio, and the internet open new ways for people to communicate and share knowledge. And in this, as I said earlier, I totally agree. And yes, I agree already. It is one of the greatest inventions in mankind's history. In many cases, blockchain technology expands on these inventions. Blockchain provides a method to secure and distribute knowledge, data, and information so that it can be shared without alteration, interference, or be controlled. And this is what I speak of about this information in the public domain. It's already in the public domain, and therefore it can't be medical misinformation if I do a video reiterating it on YouTube. It's already in the public domain. So this is one of my greatest problems that I have with YouTube when they do that kind of shit, because if somebody is getting it from the public domain, that has already validated it. It's like them trying to disqualify the blockchain. Okay? That's literally what they're trying to do, is disqualify a blockchain because those data elements are already in the blockchain. And they're trying to say they're not valid. Do you see the problem with that, folks? I hope you understand that, because as we read this blockchain, it's telling us it's immutable. Yet here we have people like YouTube trying to make it immutable because it's already in the electronic form. That means it's already blockchained. Okay? It's already blockchained. It's time to start thinking about this stuff. Okay, although many contenders exist for the important inventions, some people believe blockchain ranks among them. Read on to learn why blockchain might be one of the more important inventions of the early 21st century. Fighting corporation, it is natural for people to want as much money as possible, but with that desire comes the drive to get it in any way possible. Many people resort to illegal or unethical means to fulfill their dreams of wealth. The finance industry is teeming with temptations. Money flows in and out of homes, businesses, and countries, and there never seems to be enough. There is so much capital circulating that it needs to be managed in a way that removes the temptation to act unethically. Blockchain can solve corruption issues within financial systems by eliminating the risk of duplicating or double spending assets. The transactions are initiated, executed, recorded, encrypted, verified, and stored by nodes who manage an irreversible ledger of transactions and must reach a consensus to approve a new block, making it the perfect solution. Replacing currency. Here we go. Here's the fear element. Okay. Everybody thinks they're going to replace currency. The primary reason behind creating blockchain and cryptocurrency was create a decentralized method of exchanging value. In other words, transferring money to someone for services provided for goods received. Cryptocurrency was to create a decentralized method of exchanging value. Whereas here in the United States, we have a centralized method of exchanging value, and that's the obligations and other securities of the United States. And the United States is the centralized method of exchanging value. It is a corporate value system, and that is the method of exchanging values, the corporate. In other words, transferring money to someone for services provided or goods received. Therefore, it can eliminate third parties like banks, payment processors, payment gateways, settlement banks, and other financial entities within our bloated, costly financial systems. Blockchain also allows people who do not have access to financial instruments like loans or other services to access them. Cryptocurrency can be used if financial systems collapse. For example, during the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2021-2022, cryptocurrency became a major source of funding for the Ukrainians and the government. It recognized cryptocurrency as legal means of payment in 2021. As an investment asset, cryptocurrency was created using blockchain technology, but an unforeseen consequence of introducing cryptocurrency was that because it held exchangeable value, its value could fluctuate. People started paying for it, demand increased, prices rose, and investors saw an opportunity. Don't you get it? Cryptocurrencies are now widely purchased by investors as investments. It is also used by traders to make profits from price movements. In banking and lending, blockchain is revolutionizing banking and lending. Not only is it creating ways for consumers to lend to each other, but crypto lending companies have emerged that use use blockchain in their loan approval process at significantly reduced costs. Remember those expenses at 0.685% and 0.785% or whatever it was? Pretty damn low. Costs are reduced because there are no lawyers, banks, paperwork, or other lengthy procedures. Get rid of all of them and you end up with 0.68% expense? Come on, get real. Sounds perfect. Insurance providers are exploring ways to implement blockchain into their systems and products. For example, insurance providers could collect information through blockchains to customize insurance products and reduce instances of fraud. I suggest you don't get involved in insurance at all because insurance itself is a fraud. This is not legal advice. It is just my mere insane opinion after many years of experience. Take it as you will. Blockchains could be used to securely store client health information uploaded whenever a patient is seen. The blockchain could send requests to insurance through smart contracts, which in turn could instantly approve or disapprove care and transfer funds. Other insurance processes could also be streamlined from finding coverage that meets your needs to filing claims and receiving payments. Blockchain and government. Some critical issues regarding government process and infrastructure are inefficiency, corruption, fraud, waste, lack of trust, security, and siloing. Blockchain has the potential to reduce all these issues significantly. Silos. Government silos are concentrations of information, resources, and decision making. Critical information is not shared keeps policymakers and regulators from making the most informed decisions possible. Division of information, how it is often channeled, creates silos within governments, increasing inefficiency. Blockchain can solve this issue by securely distributing information to reach those who need it more quickly. Resources can be properly tracked, accounted for, and transferred if needed. Data about businesses and citizens can be better secured, and payroll taxes can be collected more efficiently. Additionally, banks could settle intrabank loans in real time rather than waiting for the end of the day, increasing transaction volume and making banking more efficient. Accountability. When information is secured and distributed, it cannot be changed or withheld for the benefit of one party or another. Spending can be falsely reported. Sometimes money can disappear without a trace. Using blockchain, government funds can be tracked and entities can be held accountable for spending. Blockchain tech in healthcare. Healthcare is an industry that can significantly benefit from blockchain. As a secure method of sharing and storing information, blockchain technology cannot directly improve human health, but it can improve the systems used to share medical knowledge and information. If blockchain could be integrated into the healthcare system, as some projects are aiming to accomplish, the technology could help improve lives and treatment plans. I suggest that it could also help in the distribution of organs for organ transplants and stuff for people that are in emergency situations and need the help. And this blockchain, being so quick, can locate exactly what they need within a matter of minutes. If blockchain could be integrated into the healthcare system as some project, blockchain and the supply chain. Blockchain technology can also be used to track the movement of goods. For example, several companies are using distributed ledgers to track perishable goods while keeping track of essential variables like moisture and temperature. A critical concern in supply chain management is efficiency. Supply chains are vast networks of suppliers, manufacturers, distributors, and retailers. Blockchain provides a method to track raw materials, sourcing, production methods, transportation times, payments, and many other supply chain activities that can create inefficiencies or issues. Concerns about blockchain technology. Enthusiasm for blockchain technology is still far from universal, like we mentioned earlier with Brielle. A lot of people don't really care so much about blockchain because they don't know so much about blockchain. But once you realize the importance of blockchain and how valuable it is to each and every one of us as a matter of protection of our own private information and how we can do that, how we can implement this kind of tool in our life, I assure you, it's an amazing thing. You really should pick it up. You really should think about it some more. Many enterprises have been using the distributed ledger technology that blockchain evolved from for many years in permissioned environments. The key difference between the two is that blockchain uses programming to reach a consensus about the state of the distributed ledger. To come to a consensual agreement about a massive ledger state, database researchers and scientists created consensus mechanisms that use encryption methods for proof of transactions on the ledger. One such mechanism is proof of work, which requires large amounts of energy because of its competitive rewards nature. Many blockchains are also slower than centralized systems, which transactions confirmations times between dozens per second to thousands per second. When compared to modern financial systems that confirms tens of thousands of transactions per second, blockchain have been lagging behind. However, many developers are working to increase transaction speed throughout the networks. This is again why I say, it's kind of infeasible to be creating these massive companies like that, or these massive wealth draws like Bitcoin. It just doesn't seem feasible to me. That's just my opinion. What exactly is a blockchain? A blockchain is a distributed ledger, a database that stores information in blocks. The blocks can be thought of as cells in a spreadsheet, purpose, the bottom line, we've been through that. The next one, how blockchain technology is changing real estate. And this is the part I want to make important to everybody. When it comes to these records at the county registrar, known as deeds, again, blockchaining your own data elements as regards to your property and intellectual property and stuff. This is an important thing that I talk about when I'm talking about making your own journal, creating your own site, and having your own file base in your laptop or whatever, even a definitive copy of your computer files printed up. Having your own ledger of your own life, the original ledger, which is actually just a journal. A ledger is more of a financial instrument, whereas a journal is the information instrument, like we're talking about here. So I think more reasonably, the term should be journal and not ledger. But that's what they use as ledger because generally it's for financial stuff. Given blockchain's disruption of financial services and subsequent widespread application across industries, it's hard to find a segment that has not been influenced by the technology. Cryptocurrencies have made a strong impact on payments, remittances, and foreign exchange. Initial coin offerings have challenged stock investing, startup loans, and venture capital. Even the food supply chain industry has been upended by blockchain. Real estate hasn't escaped blockchain disruption either. Previously, transacting high value assets, such as real estate exclusively through digital channels, has never been the norm. Real estate transactions are often conducted offline, involving face to face engagements with various entities. Blockchain, however, opened up ways to change this. The introduction of smart contracts. In blockchain, platforms now allows assets like real estate to be tokenized and be traded like cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Ether. Trading real estate this way varies. Here are 6 ways blockchain has changed the real estate game. Platforms and marketplaces. Real estate technology has traditionally been primarily concerned with listings and with connecting buyers and sellers. However, blockchain introduces new ways to trade real estate and can enable trading platforms and online marketplaces to support real estate transactions more comprehensively. For example, Atlan has developed a platform that uses blockchain technology to facilitate real estate and rental property transactions. By tokenizing real property, assets can then be traded much like stocks on an exchange, and transactions can be done online, much like I was saying earlier when you got two different little associations that have their own little cryptocurrencies, and they can get an outside third party converter or exchanger or whatever to do the actual exchange while the transaction is done online. Atlant allows sellers to tokenize assets, essentially handling it like a stock sale and liquidating that asset through a token sale using the platform. The collected tokens can be exchanged for fiat currency, with buyers owning a percentage stake of the property. No intermediaries. This is really one of my favorite things about this stuff, guys. No intermediaries. Brokers, lawyers, and banks have long been part of the real estate ecosystem. However, blockchain may soon usher in a shift in their roles and participation in real estate transactions, according to a report by Delio. New platforms can eventually assume functions such as listings, payments, and legal documentation. Cutting out the intermediaries will result in buyers and sellers getting more out of their money as they save on commissions and fees charged by these intermediaries. This also makes the process much quicker as the back and forth between these middlemen gets cut out. They don't take months on end to run a transaction where they're going to make thousands of dollars, and that's why they got to run it out so they can make thousands of dollars. That's cutting into the buyer and the seller. Key takeaways: blockchain technology has impacted the real estate industry in a variety of ways, including offering a new means for buyers and sellers to connect with one another. Blockchain could be used to cut intermediaries out of the real estate transaction process, thereby reducing costs and raising prices. This technology could also help to codify the practice of fractional ownership of real estate. It's a big takeaway. This technology could also help to codify the practice of fractional ownership. Could also be a good thing. Fractional ownership, like I said, you got a group of 1,500 people, fractional ownership of multiple pieces of real estate across the country would be essentially like having a little timeshare where people of the group could travel from place to place and share the properties, maybe at different times, like a timeshare. Got to think about this stuff. There's all kinds of possibilities, people. Liquidity. Real estate has long been considered an illiquid asset since it takes time for sales to conclude. This isn't the case with cryptocurrencies and tokens, since they can, in theory, be readily traded for fiat currency through exchanges. However, as tokens, real estate can be readily traded. A seller doesn't have to wait for a buyer who can afford the whole property in order to get some value out of their property. Fractional ownership. By allowing fractional ownership, blockchain also lowers the barriers to real estate investing. Typically, investments would require significant money up front in order to acquire property. Alternatively, investors with could that this sentence doesn't make any sense, so it's got me stopped up here, guys. Alternatively, investors with could also pool their money to acquire bigger ticket properties. Investors with what? So it's missing something there. Could also pool their money to acquire bigger ticket properties. So in other words, alternatively, investors as groups, we'll call it as groups of investors. Groups of investors could pool their money to acquire bigger ticket properties, where the small guy, as a single investor, could still acquire properties. Through blockchain, investors would simply have to access a trading app to buy and sell even fractions of tokens as they see fit. In addition, fractional ownership would also help them avoid managing the properties themselves, such as maintenance and leasing. Upkeep alone can add to significant costs, and dealing with tenants may be a troublesome effort. This also affects related activities, such as lending, where property owners often have to put their properties as collateral for loans in order to get quick access to cash. Depending on the terms, property owners may also continue enjoying use of their property. Decentralization. The biggest thing about this blockchain stuff. Blockchain commands trust and security as a decentralized technology. Information stored in the blockchain is accessible to all peers on the network, making data transparent and immutable. One only has to go back to the housing bubble crash in 2008 to see how greed and the lack of transparency in the part of institutions can have catastrophic consequences. A decentralized exchange has trust built into the system. Since information can be verifiable to peers, buyers and sellers can have more confidence in conducting transactions. Fraud attempts would also be lessened. Smart contracts are increasingly becoming admissible record, with Vermont and Arizona passing such legislation. As such, smart contracts would have more enforceability beyond the technology itself. Interesting. Costs. The transparency associated with a decentralized network can also trim down costs associated with real estate transactions. Beyond the savings made by cutting out intermediaries, professional fees, and commissions, there are other costs such as inspection costs, registration fees, loan fees, and taxes associated with real estate. These costs even vary depending on the territory that has jurisdiction. Like intermediaries, these can be reduced or even eliminated from the equation as platforms automate these processes and make them part of the system. Global real estate is worth hundreds of trillions of dollars. but is dominated by wealthy and large corporations. Through blockchain technology, it is possible that more people will be able to access the market where transactions can be made more transparent, secure, and equitable. Real estate transactions may eventually become truly peer-to-peer activities with blockchain-powered platforms doing most of the work. I don't know about you guys, but this is pretty interesting stuff, don't you? Don't you think? Yes, lending, aka extensions of credit. Okay, the last one we got here today, folks. Public, private, permissioned blockchains compared. Blockchains are based on distributed ledgers which have existed at the enterprise level for many years to manage data. However, they've only recently become popular and interesting because cryptocurrency introduced the concept to the public. The content stored on the blocks of the blockchain and activities performed by the various participants can be controlled depending on how the blockchain is configured. Generally, blockchains are designed for specific purposes, with users receiving multiple types of access or tasks. Public blockchains allow anyone to access them. Private blockchains are closed to only selected users. Permission blockchains are a hybrid of public and private blockchains, where anyone can access them as long as they have permission from the administrators to do so. This is why I tell you I have a private hybrid email, because as the administrator, I can give you the email, which is your permission to access my information through me. I am the blockchain, in fact, when it comes to my site. Here's a look at the key differences between public, private, and permissioned blockchains. I am the one that validates things on my site. In a public blockchain, anyone is free to join and participate in the core activities of a blockchain network. So I joined the World Wide Web, the public blockchain. In so doing, I created a private node for my own private blockchaining. A private blockchain allows only selected and verified participants. The operator has rights to override, edit, or delete entries on the blockchain. A permission blockchain has properties of both private and public blockchains. A permission blockchain has properties of both private and public blockchains. So on this World Wide Web, it's the public domain, and I give you the email, and you have permission to access. If I had my own virtual private network, that would be the private blockchain. Permission blockchains have seen an increase in popularity thanks to their ability to allocate specific permissions to various users on the network. Public blockchain. A public blockchain is one where everyone is free to join and participate in the core activities of a blockchain network. Anyone can read, write, and audit the ongoing activities on a public blockchain network, which helps achieve the self-governed, decentralized nature often touched or touted when blockchain is discussed. In case you guys don't realize, this is your ability to show the world that you can truly self-govern in plenipotentiary area or in a plenipotentiary manner. by managing all of your own affairs. You have a nice little device that you can create your own little library on and set it up to do the task for you through a blockchain. It should be able to do the work for you, like it said. I'm not the greatest at it, but I'm working at it. I don't have a secretary at this point, but hopefully this little device here will learn very well and doesn't get paid to be my secretary. Again, though, it's going to have to take my human input. So I have to make sure I'm accurate. A public network operates on an incentivizing scheme that encourages new participants to join and keep the network agile. Public blockchains offer a particularly valuable solution from the point of view of a truly decentralized, democratized, and authority-free operation. Public blockchains are extraordinarily valuable because they can serve as a backbone for nearly any decentralized solution. Additionally, the vast number of network participants joining a secured public blockchain keeps it safe from data breaches, hacking attempts, or other cybersecurity issues. The more participants, the safer a blockchain is. That's the only advantage that a private or a public blockchain has over the private, is because when you have more witnesses in a democracy, the democracy will win. Public blockchains can be secured with automatic validation methods and encryption that keep single entities from changing information in the chain, like cryptocurrency blockchains, or they can allow anyone to make changes. So the public blockchain that has automatic validation and encryption keep in single entities like myself from changing the information in the chain. All I can do is add my information to it, and that creates a new block in the chain. Disadvantages. The primary disadvantage to secured public blockchains is the heavy energy consumption required to maintain them. The concern is a consensus mechanism that requires participants to compete to validate the information and receive a reward for letting the network use their processing power. Not all blockchain networks use an energy-intensive validation process, so not all use enormous amounts of electricity. Other uses include the lack of complete privacy and anonymity. Other issues include the lack of complete privacy and anonymity. Public blockchains allow anyone to view transaction amounts and the addresses involved. If the address owners become known, the user loses their anonymity. That's why I say you have to protect yourself. These guys are out there looking for the information. They're not going to protect it. They're not going to pick it up and say, oh, you lost this. They're going to pick it up and make money on it any way they can. Public blockchains also attract participants who may not be honest in their intentions. Most public blockchains are designed for cryptocurrencies, which by nature of their value are prime target for hackers and thieves. Private blockchain. Participants can join a private blockchain network only through an invitation where their identity or other required information is authentic and verified. The validation is done by the network operators or by a clearly defined set protocol implemented by the network through smart contracts or other automated approval methods. And like I said, right now, my site doesn't have them smart contracts and stuff, doesn't have any a defined set of protocols. I just issue my email address and you can write me. That's it. Okay. I really have no information that has any valuable or any value to anybody but themselves if they know how to interpret it, comprehend it, and use it for themselves. Private blockchains control who is allowed to participate in the network. If the network is capable of mining, its private nature could control which users can execute the consensus protocol that decides the mining rights and rewards. Additionally, only select users might maintain the shared ledger. Right now, I have no one sharing my ledger. None. It's just me. And your rights, titles, and interest in using my site is the information only. Comes with no guarantees, no warranties, no rewards, no nothing. The owner or operator has the right to override, edit, or delete the necessary entries on the blockchain as required or as they see fit. Why? Because I'm the creator of the blockchain, and any block that has invalid information, I can delete it. I can override it, edit, or delete the necessary entries on the blockchain as required or as they see fit. Advantages. A private blockchain is not decentralized. A private blockchain is not decentralized. A private blockchain has what we discussed at the very beginning, a point of origin that cannot be disputed. This is the difference. And again, like I mentioned at the beginning of the video, I did another video a while back called Hawala. What is it? Again, I believe it's an Investopedia video that I did on the definition of Hawala. In Hawala, it's a decentralized system of a bunch of nodes of public trustees that are out there grabbing all the information. It is a distributed ledger that operates as a closed database, secured with cryptographic concepts and the organization's needs. My need is nothing but, at this point, purely information, and therefore that is why it purely gives information and nothing else. There's no finances involved, no commerce, no nothing, just free information. Only those with permission can run a full node, make transactions, and authenticate the blockchain changes. In other words, if I were to allow it, I could give you access to my site to do all the programming and change the pages and stuff. Not going to do that, though. By reducing the focus on protecting users' identities and promoting transparency, private blockchains prioritize efficiency and immutability. My yay is my yay, my nay is my nay. The state of not being able to be changed. These are important features in supply, logistics, payroll, finances, accounting, and many other enterprises and business areas. The disadvantages, while purposefully designed for enterprise applications, private blockchains lose out on many of the valuable attributes of permissionless systems simply because they are not widely applicable. Again, they're not widely applicable because many people don't see their applicability on the singular level as a matter of protecting your assets rather than an investment. They are instead built to accomplish specific tasks and functions. Like I said just a minute ago, specifically free information for free education. Nothing more, nothing less, specifically. In this respect, private blockchains are susceptible to data breaches and other security threats. That's why on my site it says not secure, because I didn't buy any of the security certificates yet. I don't need to if I'm not going to have any value system on the site. If the value system is free education, then it's free. This is because there's generally a limited number of validators used to reach a consensus about transactions and data if there's a consensus mechanism. So, me being the only one to validate things, this is the limitation. Not that I'm susceptible to data breaches and other security threats, but because I have no one else as a validator. In a private blockchain, there may not be consensus, but only the immutability of entered data unless an operator or administrator can make changes. There may not be a consensus, and there isn't, but only the immutability of entered data unless an operator or administrator can make changes. It's my site. I can change it anytime I want. And like I said, it's all free information. So why not? Permission blockchain. Permission blockchains are a mix between the public and private blockchains and support many options for customization. Okay. That will likely be my next step. Permission blockchain. We'll see. We'll see. Advantages. Permission blockchain advantages include allowing anyone to join the permission network after has allowed participants. You can come in and as a particular function, the streaming, you can enter information on my blockchain through your streams. Just like Facebook allowing you to post. That's their blockchain, and they're allowing you as a participant as one of the functions of reading, accessing, and entering information on their blockchain. Permission blockchains allow for many functions, but one most interesting to business is blockchain as a service. A blockchain designed to be scalable for the needs of many companies or tasks that the providers rent out on other businesses. For example, say a business wants to improve transparency and accuracy in its accounting processes and financial reporting. It could rent blockchain accounting services from a BaaS provider. The blockchain would provide an interface where entries are made by end users and then automates the rest of the accounting process. In this way, there are fewer errors and no way for other parties to alter financial data after it's entered. As a result, financial reports to management and executives become more accurate, and the blockchain is accessible for viewing and generating real-time financial reports. And like I said earlier, the system is fallible to human error. And if somebody enters something in error, then the blockchain is in error. This is why it's important to realize what these courts are doing at this point. Even though they're still using definitive paper forms, which they always will, their book entry system is a blockchain. And in that blockchain, they're entering you as an investor, a firm investor, a firm of some sort. That information is error, but yet as blockchaining goes, it's got all kinds of agencies that are validating it as if though it's true. So again, it's just a fictional system. It cannot ever possibly be true, but it can be used to protect your information by knowing how that information is used. The business might choose to have its invoicing, payments, bookkeeping, and tax reporting automated. Additionally, blockchain can prevent anyone with dishonest intentions from altering financial data or taking advantage of weaknesses in the accounting processes. The disadvantages of permissioned blockchains mirror those of public and private blockchains, depending on how they are configured. One key disadvantage is that because permissioned blockchains require internet connections, they are vulnerable to hacking. By design, some might use immutability techniques, such as cryptographic security measures and validation through consensus mechanisms. While most blockchains are thought to be unhackable, there are weaknesses. Cryptocurrency theft occurs when a network is hacked into and private keys are stolen. Permission blockchains also suffer this weakness because the networks that connect the users to the service depend on security measures that can be bypassed. User information can be stolen and accounts hacked into, similar to enterprise-level data breaches like the one Target suffered in 2013, when a third party with access to the network was hacked. What are private blockchains? Private blockchains are distributed ledgers only available to those given express permission to have specific access levels or abilities on the blockchain. Are there any permissioned blockchains? Many companies have found utility and value in permissioned blockchains. For example, Walmart uses a custom version of Hyperledger Fabric, which was created as an open source project by IBM and the Linux Foundation for enterprise use to track food origins much faster than it previously could. What is the difference between permission and private blockchain? A private blockchain is one in which only specific users have access and abilities and is generally used only by the entity it belongs to. Nobody else is going to come to my site and use my site except me and the people that are members. A permission blockchain is a hybrid of public and private blockchains where multiple users are given permissions and abilities. So again, like I said earlier, my hybrid email, because multiple users are able to use it, but you're given no permissions or abilities. The only thing about the email is it's a connection to me. That's it. That's it. So that brings us to the end of our nice 4-hour thing on blockchaining. Like I said at the beginning, just enter in Investopedia blockchain and it will come up with pages of Investopedia stuff on blockchains. So I urge everybody to start doing your research so you can learn how to use this stuff. It's very important in these electronic devices with all the information that you're entering into the blockchain that already exists. So one last time, as I head out, please hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Somebody stole my bike recently, so anything through PayPal, any kind of love you can send through PayPal is greatly appreciated. And in the meantime, remember, I love you. I don't give a rat's ass whether you love me back. So may God bless you and have a good night. We'll see everybody next time. Bye now.